Good evening, everyone. This is Jared Rand. Welcome to the Time for Change call for 9 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday, September 26, 2018. Like I said, I'm working on coordinating times for certain people to come on the Time for Change call. And obviously today would be too soon for some of the folks. So I'm planning on the next Time for Change call that we're going to have at least two guests that will be on. One in particular has a similar, not quite exactly, but a similar technology as the medbed, and it needs a couple of additions made to it and a couple of other things, but then it would be, at that point, fully functional. So in reality, it would do the same as the off-world technology. So if you think about, and the other person is a master experienced in frequency technology. And as we all have been talking about with the patches, frequency technology. And this is basically for people's portfolio to put this information, and hopefully people are writing down notes when we are talking about this information. It's not just, it's not about does this work, that work, this work, this work. We try it, it works, we offer to people so that they can heal themselves, basically. And like I said, eventually, we're advancing, let's put it that way. We're going step by step. So we will be bringing in different technologies that are going to be closer and closer to the off-world technologies. So, it's so people get a heads up so that they're not blindsided by certain things, so that they're aware that in the background we are working on getting the best possible application we can come across that will serve humanity. And, when you think about the fact that we could have a functional medbed before the off-world gets here, is pretty exciting. So I talked with the inventor in length. We'll be talking with him again. We'll be bringing him online to discuss some of the aspects of his technology that he has invented. And then, hopefully that will stir up a chain reaction to some of the inventors out there across the planet that can make contact with me, and we can discuss confidentially what their technology that they would like humanity to be exposed to. And obviously these people will go by first names. That'll be it. No location will be given. And when they're introduced, they'll just go by a first name, and they'll discuss basically share with everybody what they're going to be, what they have, what the technology is. And so the more people, the more inventors that actually have been sitting in a lab or in a garage or somewhere who have worked through the kinks in their inventions, and of course they're suppressed, they're frightened, and they're scared because if they come out, they will be attacked, period. Not only they, but their family. If they have a family, their family will be attacked. Their homes will be attacked. Their animals will be attacked. So you can understand something is that there are a lot of technologies on Earth that are life-changing for humanity, but no one has them. They're not available. You can't get them. They're hidden. They're in the hands of those who created them. And then, of course, they're frightened. So understand that that's where we're going. As I said in the beginning, that we've done, I don't know, 2-3 time for change calls. And in the beginning of the calls, I said that we will be getting information out. We will be bringing people in. It takes time to arrange and set up. You can't just say, hey, come on the call tonight. Okay. So we are doing it methodically and organized so that we can get this information out to people so that they can digest it, write down information, keep a ledger book, a notebook, so that they can compile this information for their own references. They can record it. And we will continually, there are things out there that people don't have access to. Lots of things that people don't have access to that aren't aware of them. And when you become aware of them, now let's put it this way. When you have a body, your physical body, your spacesuit. So your spacesuit is it works a certain way. Not everybody's spacesuit works the same way. Not everybody's body works the same way. You could apply something to somebody and it doesn't work. Just doesn't work. So instead of them saying, well, it just doesn't work on me, it worked on Ruth and it worked on Jim, it didn't work on them. Okay? But it worked on these other people. So there are certain variables that are involved here. Now, everybody's going to start hearing, you should start hearing, it's been kept kind of in the scientific medical community. A lot of research has been done. The body has another large organ. Now, it's not the type of an organ that you would think as an organ being. Okay? And this organ, literally, which is another technology, you're going to start seeing these technologies that address this organ. And see, what we do is we research and we evaluate things. So we use ourselves as the guinea pig. And way before anything is introduced to any of you folks. So the technology here, we talk a lot about stem cells, all right? And there's all variables about stem cells. There's, you have a scenario with stem cells where you have these different herbs and extracts that generate stem cells in your body. And everybody knows, and you should know, that by the time you're 65, you've got 90% of your stem cells are out of production. You just got that 10% being produced in the body. Well, remember we've talked about the body healing itself. And if the immune system wasn't compromised, which all of humanity's immune systems are compromised, with 2 exceptions. So if you understand that, then you know that the immune system, its main purpose at 100% efficiency is to rebuild your body continuously. New skin, new teeth, new eyes, new bones. But see, no one's ever been able to partake in that because of all the toxins continually being pumped at the human race. Everywhere you go outside, it's absorbed through your skin, all right, which is the largest organ in your body, the skin is. So as it's being absorbed, all these toxins enter the bloodstream, and they compromise your immune system. So the immune system sends out soldiers, is what I call them. The soldiers go out, and they fight these foreign bodies, and they're preoccupied constantly, and your immune system's just constantly overworked. So what happens when your immune system takes a vacation and the body is vulnerable? So you have tissue breakdown. You have immune system breakdown. That's where you come into autoimmune, and you get all these other things that start happening. You have your heart problems. You have all of these. You have digestive problems. You have muscle problems. You have pain problems. It just continues to grow and cascading effect throughout the body because the immune system is zilcho, zero. And I address this tonight because it is so darn important for people to really start understanding that the allopathic end of, so allopathic will help here with pain for a certain period of time and you addict the body. You're literally pumping foreign bodies into your body, causing the immune system to become preoccupied and weakened. Say, it's not for humanity. It's a business. It's the way it's always been a business. And it's about you guys producing money for the juggernaut of corruption on the planet by your bodies. So imagine this, that once your immune system is fully functioning 100% efficiency, you don't get sick. You don't get sick. You don't deteriorate. You produce stem cells all the time. You stay young. You don't age, not like people are aging today. Okay. Now, this organ that you'll start hearing about it. You can research it and find out how much information you can get about it. It's an organ, and it's a fluid organ. And it produces stem cells, and it influences them to be stem cells for different parts of the body. And this organ is called interstitium. The name of the organ is called the interstitium. It's a massive discovery for humanity, okay? And you guys are getting a hold of it now before it even is being exposed, and then all the shysters and the scammers that try to formulate crap and claim that it does all these wonderful things just to make money and really not giving a rat's ass about the people. All right? Interstitium. 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 Okay? And it influences stem cells, stem cell production. And it influences them to be produced for different parts of the body. And it's interstitial fluid. Okay? Interstitial fluid. And it is in between the membranes in the body. It's little pockets of it. And it's an organ. That's what they've identified it as, to be an organ. And the problem is that the human body is so starving because of the crap diet that humanity's been forced to consume, because, everything, GMO, process. There's just so many avenues that have happened to the human body and being bombarded. So there's certain nutrients that the interstitium needs. And the body doesn't get those really a lot because the majority of people are deficient in all of these nutrients. Okay? So what happens is that it's one of the reasons our stem cell production just continues to drop and our body continues to deteriorate. And we've all talked about this, is that you can have all the money you could possibly think of, but if your body is ill, you're in trouble. You're literally in trouble. You're going to get blindsided by so many different things. A lot of them you won't even know are happening. There's things going on in every single one of us, and we aren't even aware of what they are. Okay? So that's an interesting discovery of the interstitium organ of the body. Right? Now, and this is all about becoming educated without the ego on your body, and everybody becoming aware of the body and what can be done to balance these things so that all the things that a lot of people go through physically are eliminated. And that's gonna happen. That's a given. But it's kind of getting people to the direction of understanding is that part of becoming connected with your soul, your spirit, your higher self it's just astronomically important. Because then you begin to understand the body and what is the function of your body? What's the general function? It's to carry your soul, your spirit, your higher self around on the planet. That's it. Now, if you had a car that had no tires, all right, would you be able to go anywhere? Well, you could ride on the rims for a while until those broke apart, and then that would be it. You could have the fastest engine. You could have the most gizmos. But if you don't have any wheels, that car ain't going to go anywhere. See? And that's what happens to a lot of people's bodies. They lose their wheels. They start becoming, the body becomes inefficient, gets clogged up, and then you guess what? Everybody says, well, I got to go to the doctor. See? And then the doctor says, well, we're going to do this, we're going to run tests, we're going to do this. Well, you've got this, and this wrong. As soon as that information comes out, your stress level goes through the ceiling, your blood pressure goes up, your worry, your anxiety, and then your mind projects into the future. What's going to happen to me? Am I going to die? Look at all this stuff I got to deal with. I got to pump all these drugs into my body, and it just goes on and on and on. It's a cascading effect for you, and that's why so many people are so stressed out. And isn't it amazing? Okay, that they don't cure anything, but you can't. If you have the ability, you can't cure anything because then they'll put you in jail. Okay? So my point is that's how careful we have to be. We have to be careful on what we say until this entire slave matrix is eliminated. All right? And each human is going to be put in a position to take responsibility for themselves. All right? So if people take responsibilities for themselves, then it's their decision on what they want to do as far as helping their body. It's their decision. And whatever any ramifications that occur from their decision is their responsibility, no one else's. See? So when people get treated in the med bed, what will happen is that they will sign a little waiver saying that I take responsibility for the application of this healing technology. It is my responsibility making this decision and having this treatment take place for me. It isn't anybody else's fault or anything, or I can't blame anybody. This literally puts the person in their responsible mode of their lives. It is everybody's responsibility to figure out a way to naturally heal themselves rather than relying on somebody giving them all of these things that is detrimental in the long run to their body. So when you start to put these two elements in alignment, your higher self and your physical body that houses the higher self, once they become in harmony, miraculous things begin to happen. When you become aware of your physical self to the extent where you start saying, instead of worrying when the next thing's going to happen, you begin to sit and say, well, okay, how can I improve this? How can I change this? How can I do these things for the betterment of me and my body so that I can be healthier and happier? Okay? So think about And this is all an avenue of understanding, learning, absorbing. Because as I said several times, I'm always learning. You just never stop. You're a sponge all the time. You're always learning from everybody and anything that you possibly can. So and I think everybody listening to this call tonight would agree that if they had it, their biggest wish would be their number one wish would be to have a happy, healthy, strong, vibrant, physical body. Number one. Right? And when that happens, when your body gets to that stage, miraculous things take place. Because your mood is up, your happiness is way up, your joy is way up, and your positivity is way up, your confidence is way up, and this gives you a much higher frequency, vibrational frequency, which allows you to attract all of these things that you've been wishing to attract in your life, whatever they may be. And then start seeing them materialize. Okay? It's like the replicators. You look at your life today, and you look at all the food and everything that you have to figure out. You know, what's the best for me to consume? I mean, look at all this crap. And most of it's just garbage. It's just absolute crap. And people eat it. So you realize that, okay, so if I could use a device that would produce for me the cleanest food possible, no GMO, no pesticides, no toxic metals, no poisons, none of that. Virgin food is what it's called. Virgin food. It's not messed with. All right? And the only way to get virgin food, with the way they've polluted this planet, the only way is to have it replicated. So when it's replicated, and understand this because it's important, because this formula, this solution to the technology of the medbed and then the replicator, it's all about plasma energy, and it's all about controlling the plasma energy and housing it so it's safe. And you can use a tachyon particle field to keep the plasma under control. So with a replicator, you walk up to a replicator and it's voice command. That's the way everything should be today anyway, but it's not. And you just basically say, you know, I want a banana split. I want chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. I want fresh pineapples, fresh strawberries, and a organic fudge, whatever, you know. But all of that, and there it sits. It replicates in front of you. The reason is because the database, the computer system, and the replicator identifies the molecular structure of what you requested. And then it manipulates the plasma energy and at a vibrational frequency to create what you requested. All right? Missing, of course, all the pesticides, all the hormones, all of the antibiotics that go into the dairy and everything. All of that's gone. It's just not there. Okay. So it tastes different. It's not going to taste like the stuff that you would buy in the store. Most basically, all of it's polluted. So, see, no one's used to virgin food. No one's, I mean, where are you going to get it? Where in the heck are you going to get it? Because you've got such toxicity. We've got it in the soil, so you grow food in the soil. And even organic food, the soil's polluted. You can't, you know, when when you've been spraying the skies since the 1950s with all kinds of chemicals, you saturate the soil with aluminum, barium, human desiccated red blood cells, all kinds, strontium, all kinds of chemicals they're everywhere. And then we figure out that look at all of the chemicals that are consumed by humanity. Okay? On the planet. You're talking about opioids. You're talking about all kinds of synthetic drugs. All washing, the majority of them, washing out into the wastewater treatment facilities and into the, some countries just have a big ass tube plumbing that just pumps raw sewage into the water, into the ocean. Some of them are hidden and some of them are out plain daylight. But when you realize that all these chemicals, where do you think they go? Because the body sure as heck doesn't absorb all of it. The body only absorbs a small part of it. The rest of it goes out of the body. And it goes into our oceans and our lakes and our streams and our aquifers, our groundwater, our reservoir, everywhere. See? Same with the food. When you're spraying the food with toxic chemicals, and the food, and of course, on top of that, most of the food is genetically modified. So it's doctored up in a lab, the genetic splicing, engineering, which literally go into your body and start rerouting your actual organ structures in your body, and shut down the liver, cause the liver to become fatty. It's just like to become a fatty liver, and it can cause the liver to shut down. That's canola oil, which is all over. It's in everything. And when you start to realize that, okay, so virgin food, unless you go through some really, really painstaking procedures to get virgin food, you're not going to find it anywhere. And virgin food's way above organic food. No one's heard virgin food before. Okay, virgin food is way ahead of organic food because organic food's tainted too because of the chemicals in the air, just like our bodies. Okay, now we're on that track. See, people are starting to realize this. That we got to have a better nutritional system for ourselves. We've got to be able to, create a food that's going to nurture us and to energize us and to feed our immune system. And these technologies like the replicator are going to do that. And the only thing that will take a while with the replicators is that it's to get them distributed and to get people used to using them. That'll be the time-consuming part. Okay, to understand how they work basically is what the database is. You take a memory pod and you drop it in there to add additional personal items that you want, like menus, like actual different food sorts and things that you like that are virgin food, and the replicator creates it. All right, and when you could literally in the replicator you could have whole menus provided that the replicator, the computer already knows that at a certain time, say for dinner, you've got 4 people, and they've all requested certain food, and so the replicator will start creating that, plates and all, silverware, for you. And it's all there. So a lot of time that is taken up will no longer have to be directed towards preparing food. But people become more knowledgeable because they want to know what they're putting in their body. Well, it's virgin food. And you'll literally be able to scan the food for its purity after it's been replicated. Computer, it'll scan it. and it'll do a light scan, a laser scan, and it'll literally tell you exactly how pure it is. No toxic metals or anything. No poisons. Just good old-fashioned virgin food. Imagine how cleansing that will be for the body. And see, now I'm running these together because the med bed, yeah, it'll heal your body and it'll put you at a younger age. But yet you've got to be knowledgeable on nutrition for that body. It's your responsibility to take care of that body. Because you'll just go right back into the same habits because you say, well, I'm 35, I can do this, this, and this. The point is to have people become so clear and conscious about, well, I got to take care of this body now that I've been given this opportunity to live longer. And I've learned all these things. Can you see where we're going with these calls? It's a process here. It's a step-by-step process so that we don't confuse people to the point where it's overload. And we get to it at a point where people begin to get a knowledge base, and so they're knowledgeable about their bodies and what to put in the bodies. So then we got the replicators. They start using the replicators, and they have a nutrition that they've developed for themselves, a nutrition that works for them and for their bodies with virgin foods. And so once they get that understanding, and they say, okay, well, I'm going to go into the med bed, and then I'm going to be, basically reatomized, reversed, all any damages and problems or anything within the body, and I'm going to be 35 or 30 or 25. And so then I'll have an arsenal of knowledge about nutrition for this body. You know how empowering that is? Because you've learned that through your first life, that's Nigel, like we want to call it, through your first life, you weren't educated, so you just ate whatever you wanted and did, food-wise and stuff, and basically you end up with what you end up with physically, whatever ailments are and all the things that a lot of people have to contend with later in life. So to avoid that, I guarantee you that the majority of people will say, I'm not going to do that again. No sirree. I have the knowledge and the wisdom, so what I'm going to do is I've got this knowledge that I've gained waiting on the med bed and different applications to know how the body can feel and to realize how I can appreciate the fact that I will have a complete clean slate physically. Now, the purpose of the stop gaps that we're introducing is so that people can start getting in the habit of healing their bodies, of looking, digesting information, and putting it together and applying it to their physical body so that they aren't in pain anymore, but they aren't pumping their body full of chemicals. See, that's the point, is to graduate away from that stuff, okay? And the technologies that come out are nothing like people are used to or even have seen. Can you imagine seeing through walls? Okay? Imagine that. Seeing through solid structures, cement walls, doesn't matter what they are. But seeing through them, I'm not talking about X-ray vision, but seeing through them. And how you do that is that this technology sends a energy wave, a beam, that disassociates the molecular structure of any solid material, appearing solid material. So it disrupts the vibrational frequency where it makes it invisible. You can see right through the wall. Now, people can't see you because you have this tuned to a certain frequency, but it allows you to see through the wall, to see the people and wherever they are, whatever they're doing. And imagine having a device that you slap on your feet, right? And you hover along the ground. And all you do is like you're just standing somewhere. And it maps out where you want to go. You tell it where you want to go. And it maps it out, and it takes you there. Period. And you control the speed, and you literally can control everything about it. You can stop. You can continue. And this thing will go 30, 40, 50 feet in the air, or you could go down to about 2 to 3 inches. And they're little little pads that fit on the bottom of your feet, your shoes. And what they do is they reconfigure the plasma energy and use it as a propulsion system that never runs out, so you don't run out of things. You don't have batteries, you don't have fuels or anything like that. And so it just draws from the atmosphere. And it reconfigures, and it uses that as propulsion. And literally, also, if you're in inclement weather and it's raining or snowing, you can it will literally encase you in a kind of a bubble that is at a perfect temperature for you and circulates and protects you from the elements. So you got these little things that just slap onto the bottom of your shoes that do all this stuff. And so then you have that. And I've talked about this before, where you're walking along and you go, I don't want to walk all the way over there. That's about a half a mile away. So you have a site-to-site transponder that literally will beam you from where you're at and rematerialize you where you want to go. Site-to-site transfer. So wherever you're looking you want to be, you tap it up, it shoots up a holographic image where you have a keypad and everything, and you can voice it, or you can actually plug in the address or wherever the location is. Boom, you're there. Within a second, 1001, 1002, there you are. Houses, dwellings, within a day can be built. Doesn't matter how big they are either. Can be built. Better than how they're built today. All right? Out of virgin materials. Think about this. This technology is applied to everything. Everything. Now imagine you have a kind of a vehicle and you have a windshield, right? We've got these old archaic windshields that are made out of laminated glass. Okay? Been using them forever. They break, they crack, they're inefficient. So, imagine having a force field that generates as your windscreen, as you're moving along the vehicle. And that any kind of moisture or anything doesn't distort your vision or anything, because it dissipates, it disappears as it hits the force field. It's just gone. Even in a torrential rain downpour. It can't adhere and it can't get near it. So you start to talking about these things, getting them in to your vocabulary and getting them into your thought process, so you start thinking about these things, because they're not far off. On a massive scale, longer time period, but everybody on this line listening will have access to those things. A lot of people on this line will have the responsibility of distribution of those things. And we talk about this a lot. We talk about leaving a monetary system behind and having a merit system replace it, where you just give things to people. The fun is creating them and giving them. That's the fun. That's the joy. In a sense, everybody will be secure with having all of the basic necessities and needs that they could possibly imagine, then there's no worry or stress there. I've got to make money to live. That won't be the case anymore. So implementing these will be the time consumption for humanity, getting them out to people so that people can use them accordingly. Okay? And across the board, every single thing that we see, that we live in, it's not going to be that way. It's not going to be. It's going to be a whole different ballgame. And right now, like some people say, well, we're in this, we got to pay our bills and everything. Well, that's common sense about paying the bills and taking care of your responsibilities still, because we have not learned yet that we don't need that, because we can create it for ourselves. We have not learned that yet, say. So we rely on this old structure, on this antiquated structure of enslavement for humanity. We rely on that. Okay? But people will begin to step outside that circle. They'll step outside that constraint that has been dictated to humanity. And they'll start realizing, wait a minute, I can heal myself. Whatever I want, I can have. Well, picture that. Whatever you want, you can have. And we always are talking about frequency, vibrational frequency, because everything has one. And when it gets out of whack, like for the body, when your vibrational frequency gets out of whack, the body becomes ill, starts deteriorating. And when you correct it, it goes back to health, goes back to good health. Now, imagine this. Imagine if we had a device that we could put in the atmosphere, and with one pulse wave, which would cover the planet, and a plasmatic wave tuned at a certain frequency, could heal the entire human race from all ailments and physical discrepancies in one breath. Think about that. In one breath. That this device in our upper atmosphere that we would oversee, that humanity would oversee, and knowing its purpose and no secrecy, that this wave would be released over the entire planet and end all disease, stress, ailments, abnormalities throughout all physical bodies on the planet that are still alive, Now, see, that's another technology that we will have eventually. And all animals, all life, you can tune it to the frequencies of the animals, to the frequencies of the trees, the birds, sea life, where it picks up illness and weakness of certain life forms, and then it automatically emits the wave. Wave comes in, adjusts the vibrational frequencies to its optimal wellness, and cures all of the abnormalities. Well, people say, well, if you don't have the natural death process, then the planet will become overpopulated. Okay? Now think about that. Is that the truth, or is that another lie? What happened to all the animals before we were here? They all die off? What happened to all the dinosaurs? By the way, Hollow Earth has dinosaurs. Has woolly mammoths. See? And like they say, some people claim that it's just like the Darwin's theory, ape to man, but the huge missing link that no one's been able to fill in. And claiming that the dinosaurs died 65 million, were exterminated, extinct 65 million years ago. When they have found dinosaur, which they keep from the public, they have found dinosaur carcasses or bones that aren't even 5,000 years old when they've done the DNA. You see, when you become aware of the lies that have taken place against humanity, you realize that you have to reformulate everything you've been taught if you're motivated to do so. Because no one is going to force anybody, period. Nobody. It's just not the new way. It's going to be the responsibility of each human being to say, I'm going to embrace this, and I want to know. I want to know these things. I can't tell you how many people I've talked with that have said to me through the years that they just don't belong. They don't feel like they belong. They never have felt like they belonged. They've always felt different. They've always felt like they were out of place. They just never felt that they fit in, so to speak. Fit in with the norm, whatever the norm is. I've never figured that one out either. Norm. What's the norm? What's a normal human? What is that? What's an average human? What are those? There's more labels. And so, we sit and we talk about becoming aware and having the knowledge to, really start figuring it out. Is that what we're being told is a lie. This stuff's all lies. It's all crap. And the silliness of this matrix, this construct, it's absolutely nuts. All of it. Look at all the time that's, even though time's irrelevant, but, on Earth, time is relevant. Okay, so let's just look at it that way. Time's relevant. But you imagine what would happen if everyone on this planet no longer used time? That you no longer used it. That it was eliminated. You can have watches that people spend up to $50,000 on so they can keep time. Isn't that interesting? Keep, the word keep, time. How do you keep time? You can't. Now, imagine all we did was, during the course of our day, it would get dark in most places on the planet, except for certain areas that sometimes it stays light 24/7. But it would get dark, and we would know that's time to rest, and then it would become daylight, and that's time to be active. That we know that the ground is a certain way during certain seasons, and we know that Earth tells us when these seasons are changing. We can tell it in the air and feel it with our own bodies. So we say, okay, fine. So this is when I should plant because this is the season, and you plant, and then you harvest, and then you have food provided to you and your family. But you aren't using clocks and watches and all of this time. You notice that time's everywhere? It's on everything. It's on the computer screen. It's everywhere. It's on your watches, your clocks, everything. It's everywhere. And we don't need it. We don't need time. We don't need that construct. And it sounds really strange to some people. They go, that's just crazy. How would you function? The same way you do now, but most likely better. If you don't keep track of a time and time's been abolished, and you just go by the natural existence of being, the natural course of the universe, of everything. Okay? You get to the point where you just say, okay, fine, it's time for me to do this. You just know it. It's just, and it helps you exercise those skills that have atrophied so severely that you possess. Now, imagine getting to the point where you could communicate with all life on the planet. Animals, birds, fish, sea life, trees. Think about that. You imagine talking to a tree and you say, how you doing today? And the tree says, well, I've got this going on, that going on. Could you help me with that? You imagine if they could talk to us. We could understand them. That's coming. Now, people who have closed their minds and are totally steeped in the matrix would look at that as absolutely nuts, cuckoo, nuts, not possible. It's like when you say that, everything's alive. Everything. Animal spirit leaves the body after it's slaughtered. You see, when you see and you understand the intensity of life, when you understand that, like pigs, for instance, very intelligent animals, literally. They have pain, they feel, they sweat, they perspire like humans, right? They have skin like humans. They have organs that have been put into humans, valves and a lot of different things that have assisted humanity. Slaughter them for food, okay? For food. Now, on top of that butchery, they do the same thing with humans. Same thing, except it's not out in the open. But it's the same. It's the same slaughter. And this is what we're changing. This is the positive energy of what we're changing these atrocities on the planet. They're not going to be around. They're not going to happen. They're going to be eliminated. And then once humanity starts understanding the respect of all life, okay, then you start realizing things. Now, imagine this. You say you want a steak. Does an animal die when you use a replicator? No, doesn't. You want a roasted chicken. Does the animal die? No, it doesn't. How wonderful is that? You have the same benefits. You have the same taste that are satisfied without the butchering, without the killing. And what we do is that some of our ancestors that, basically, let's just say the indigenous population of the planet before we got here, would run around and kill things and eat it. Because at one time they didn't know what fire was, so they just grab things and just kill it and eat it. Okay. For sustainability, just to live. It's a different scenario. We have that in the animal kingdom every day, where some, feed off of other things, and keeps a balance in the ecosystem. But these are all connected. These things. Okay. It's a tapestry that is unfolding in front of your eyes. It's an intricate weaving of colors, light. It's a creation that comes from the root of who you are. And it's carefully placed so that you can navigate it and understand it. And that's where we go and we have respect for each other. We honor each other. We respect and honor all life. We are peaceful, yet very powerful. There's a difference. You can be peaceful and very weak. You can be peaceful and very powerful. We will be peaceful and very powerful. As this tapestry reveals itself, one section at a time, and unfolds for you, and some of you are seeing it now, that these, specifically for you, okay, these are tailored for each human, of a tapestry of existence. And where you see all of the different structures of life, of existence, and how that you are part of that, and that you live and associate and interact with all of that. You would not, let's just put it basically, you wouldn't cut your hand off and eat it because you were hungry. You wouldn't harm yourself. And you don't care to harm others. Would you shoot yourself? Well, let's just put it this way. People do commit suicide, but I'm talking from a generic standpoint that in most cases you're not going to shoot yourself. Would you shoot others if you're not? Why would you shoot yourself if you aren't going to shoot others? We've got to begin to comprehend the magic of life, the magic of it, the sparkling, glittering, glowing energy of life, our existence. We exist in the body, outside the body, back in the body, outside the body. We can exist as anything we choose, anything. You want to be a blade of grass for a day, you can be a blade of grass. It just depends. And everything in its own way has feelings. It has senses. When you axe a tree, it feels it. And in a way, it bleeds. So there's so many things. And then once you've got this whole tapestry in front of you, you begin to realize that in order to be in complete harmony, you respect you and all that there is. See? Now, with that vibration, as that causes you to levitate yourself, to float up, it literally puts you are put into harmony with all life, all existence. Imagine what will take place when that pinnacle is reached. You begin to realize that the things that you so much sought, that you went after, have no meaning. And when you're at that level of understanding, you become balanced in your energy field. You become so clear and aware. Your happiness soars. Your joy soars. Your health is off the charts. You are strong. You are confident. You are peaceful. You are loving. Not just once in a while, but all the time. You have placed yourself vibrationally at a high level of existence, where all of this stuff, you look at it and it doesn't even interest you at all. So when you get to a point and you say, okay, well, what's next? anything you desire. That's what's next. Anything your little heart desires. And see, by this time, you will not, there won't be a harming. That'll be long gone. Harming yourself and harming others and respecting all things. Because everything has a place. It exists. Planets, stars, cosmos, space, civilizations. I mean, imagine meeting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different civilizations. It's unending. Our journey is like a kaleidoscope of colors, ever-changing. And if you guys know what a kaleidoscope is, I'm sure a lot of you do. You just, you look at them and you put them up to the light, and you twist them, you turn them, and they continually change colors and designs and everything, and a multitude of colors and designs. And that's what this journey is. It's a kaleidoscope of different adventures and avenues. And to participate in that is why we initially incarnate. To have those adventures, to have those journeys, to never grow old because we don't believe in aging. So we create for ourselves what we desire. We will go to planets and we will literally transform those planets. You could be total dust bowl. No life on it. Imagine that. Imagine to have that slate. You're the artist. You're the creator. So you create this beautiful planet with life on it. All kinds. Can you imagine that? Imagine, as far as your imagination can take you, you can create. So what we'll do now is we'll go into forum. I call it forum discussion, communication, and have people ask questions. Some people write to me and they say they're too shy to ask questions, and there's really nothing to be shy about. No one's going to criticize you. Also, I want to make it clear that when people ask a question, that they don't ask 4, 5, 6 more questions and keep going and going and going. Because there's a lot of people that have written in and said that they never have a chance to ask a question because certain people that come on every week are the same people that keep asking questions, and that these other people never get a chance to get on there because these other people take up so much time. So like I said, respecting one another, that we talk about this all the time, and honoring one another, is to ask a question, and I'm not talking about being in a hurry or rushed or stressed, but to be able to just come in, ask your question, and then I do my best to answer it, and then we go to the next. So this way we get a lot more people with their questions answered. Because we'll have people that will come on, and then I watch what happens, and they come on, and they're waiting because they want to ask a question, and then all of a sudden, the person that's asking questions says, well, I got 2 more questions, I got 3 more questions, and then they drop off. They just said, it's like they're saying the heck with it. And I remind everybody that patience is a virtue. And sometimes I'll try to answer a lot of the emails, but what happens is, I call some people, and those calls are not short. I mean, when I get on the phone with some people, they'll take up an hour at least of my time. That they want so many things to, and then I talk, and it just turns into a very long conversation. So, and I got to be careful of that. So. I do the best I can as far as getting the right information to everybody so that we can get things taken care of and answered. But as long as everybody understands that we have someone come in, they ask a question, and we answer it, and then we go to the next person so that we can give more people can have access to having their questions answered, because I can't go through a whole 5-6 page dissertation on some of the questions that people send in to me, and they want me to answer all those questions, provide them with all of these links and all of these things. I don't have the time. Here we go. I don't have the time to do it. I'm not able to do it. So, but let's do that now. Okay, so we can have people.
Hello, Jerry.
Yes.
This is Cindy Taylor. I hadn't planned on asking you a question tonight, but excuse me. This is just one question. With the new advanced technologies that are coming out, a lot of us are hours away from negotiating rates for philanthropic efforts such as atmospheric water generators and food domes. And it seems that we're missing the boat with these technologies that we could be presenting to the bankers for humanity. So do we just go ahead with what we have, and then when those new technologies are released, just sort of add them to what we're attempting to do to help humanity?
Well, my recommendation is that, in my opinion, people have written in and they've got all these ideas, which is great, and they've got all of these things that they plan on doing, which is great. But I've said this before, is that initially concentrate on your prime project, which is a prime directive, and the first project that you will undertake. If people cannot, there's just no way to be able to launch 30 projects at once. It's just not possible. There's just no way it's going to happen. So realistically, doing one project, and then presenting that project, you basically say to whoever you're dealing with on the finances, is that you say, I have several projects, but this is my major project that I want to have funded, and period. So you get an idea and the lay of the land in your own mind as far as what it's going to cost you, basically a guess across the board for all the projects, in addition to the one that you're going to concentrate on launching. And then you have to estimate it. You have to guess. And you say, this is the total cost of all of my projects. This is what I've estimated that my cost is going to be. This is what I need to be able to support those projects, period. I have to hire people. It's like I have to hire people. I have to interview people. I have to structure a human resources department. I have to put in a pay scale. I have to get benefits structured for these people. I have to pay for relocations, relocating entire families. I have to get a building. I have to get permits. I have to be able to get security. I have to be able to do and work with the municipality where the building is going to be. I've got to be able to access the land. Can I lease it? Can I buy it? All of those things, before you even produce one item, is in the beginning of each project. All of those things. Now, tell me how many people have got years in human resources, years in dealing with people and hiring and firing and setting up salary ranges, low, medium, and high, and structuring all of that information before they even make anything, before they do anything. It's absolutely lunacy for people to think that they're going to have 100 projects and they're going to get them all going, and they're just going to start doing all these projects, and it's just going to be a breeze. It's no big deal. I don't hear anybody talking all this time across the board. I don't hear people talking about how they structure what they want to do. It's just, I've had people say, well, I've had years and years of experience with this. That's great. That's wonderful. Where's your mastermind group? You're weak in certain areas. You've got to find people that are strong in the areas that you're weak. That's the beginning stage of the project. Who do I need to find? How are you going to find them? Are you a professional recruiter? Where are you going to resource these people? How are you going to find them? How are you going to qualify them? How are you going to reference them? You know, there's so many things involved here that people just don't realize, that the fact of the matter is that the preliminary structuring of a project involves all of that. Who am I going to hire as secretaries? Who am I going to bring in to put in the phone systems, the computer systems, the printers? How am I going to structure this? How am I going to manage all of these people? How am I going to get managers? How am I going to find good, like-minded people to do that with me that are talented in these areas? I'm going to have to advertise. I can do word of mouth. Do I have a huge enough network where I can just put out the word? Most people don't.
Yes.
Most people don't. So that would be my recommendation in a nutshell as far as simplicity, so as far as the easy part, is to go and to say, I have this one project. It is my main project, and it's going. And this is my estimation on what it's going to cost me for all of these things. And that's why I say to people, get out a notebook, a notepad, start writing it down, so that in your mind you have it adjusted and structured. Or if you want to do desktop publishing on the computer, or you Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, whatever you want to do, and lay it out so that you know, okay, this is good. I have my foundation for all of the projects. I have a guesstimate on the total cost, and I have a guesstimate on the breakdown cost of each project. And
you're totally looking out, aren't you, Sam?
Jared, thank you. But I have all of that in place already.
So, okay, wait a minute.
I was talking about...
You're right now... Wait a minute. Right now you have payrolls. You're paying people...
No. I'm funding existing... I'm funding things that already exist. That's what I'm presenting. My question is the replicators, let's say. How can I work the replicators, present that to the bankers if we don't have them yet? Or are they going to be free where that's not even an issue to present to them and just go ahead with what I have, which is funding already existing companies that are ready to go? That's where I'm at.
If that's what you're asking, then you take a list of all of the items that you want to fund.
Right. That's done.
That are accessible now. So you're all ready. You're all set.
Yeah.
So all you got to do is wait until you can go into your banker and lay that in front of the banker. So you're all set. You don't need to do anything until that time comes.
Exactly.
You can go in. Yeah. So you're done. You don't need to do anything.
Oh. Okay. Well, thank you. I'll get off. I'll mute myself. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Anthony.
Shamshil?
Hello. Yes.
Shamshil?
Yes, Mr. Rand. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I have to get a boy to bed, and this is slightly critical. My mission was technology, getting all of this stuff out to everyone so that we get Star Trek. But my daughter committed suicide about a month ago, and now she was 11 years old. And my only concern right now is getting the tech to bring her back because she realized it was a major oops. And so I'm wondering when we'll get the res tech and whether we'll get it will we get access to it right after the RV, or do we have a time frame that we have to wait through?
Well, are you talking about if your daughter has passed,
the 3D bioprinters.
Okay, are you talking about bringing her spirit back into a body?
Yes. Her body. I have her DNA. She saved it for us, and she said that we'd be able to access the res tech on the surface. She was leering.
Okay. Yeah, if that's the case and you have that, the bring back technology will be available as they bring in and I'm guessing on that particular technology, but that will come in right behind the med beds, the replicators, and that's a whole different scenario we haven't spent much time on as far as people, and you're prepared because you have what you need. So literally, you will be able to reconstruct her being, period.
When? Do I get to go because we were part of the RV? Do I have to contact somebody in particular? Do we need disclosure? I'm just not sure what it looks like because she really wants to come back, and, of course, we really want her back.
Well, what will happen is you're going to have a lot of people wanting certain people to come back, okay? And if they don't have the DNA, that's not going to be possible. So the DNA, basically, we will. You need to send an email in to me and identify the tech, and I'll remember with your daughter. And then you'll be in a list for you to be contacted once we have physical, hands-on access to the technology, so that we can contact you and that we could actually get to you and set up the technology. We use a transport, and we would just, basically blink in and have you provide the DNA, and then we would do the process to bring her in to that period, complete.
Thank you. Well, I will send you another email then, and have a good evening. Thank you all who gave me space. I really appreciate it. Good evening. Bye, Shimshel.
Hey, Jared.
Yes.
This is Jimmy from Detroit.
Hey, Jimmy.
Are you from Michigan?
No, I'm from everywhere. I've lived everywhere. So. I was born in Hawaii. Yeah, I was born in Hawaii.
I have a daughter born in Hawaii.
Yep. The only reason I was born in Hawaii is because my father was stationed there in the military. So
I was too.
Yeah. So that.
But that was sweet.
Because we were.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good place to be born.
Yeah.
What I wanted to ask you, man, is what do you know about the Illuminati cabal influence in the music industry? From what I understand, they have been getting people to sell their souls to get famous and stuff. And I just recently have run into this in my own life journey, and it's shameful that this has been going on for all this time. And what do you know about it, man?
Well, you're right on track, right on target, that they have to go, and they all call him the man, okay? You want to call him Satan or Marduk, whatever you want to call him.
Right.
But they go to the man. They go to the man, and then the man basically says, okay, so you have to give me your soul and give me full control and ownership of you, and in return you can have fame and fortune. And this isn't this is what happens. And so Elton John, Beyonce, Katy Perry, it goes on and on. It goes way back.
I mean, the ones that have passed away are we're still tied up in the matrix over there. Michael
Jackson tried to tell people that they wanted him out of the way because he didn't go along with it. He didn't want to do that. He was more in getting information. People, it's the same with some few others the same way.
Jimi Hendrix.
John Denver, and some of these others that really weren't. They weren't going with it. But, I mean, there's a comedian. His name was Bernie Mac. Some of you might remember him. He's a real funny guy. Well, Bernie didn't want to go along with it either. So Bernie got into a meeting with some of these, whatever you want to call them, dark ones. So he got in a meeting. He says, I protest. I don't agree with this. This isn't right. You can't do this, and I'm going to tell the world. I'm going to go out there and start telling people. So what they did is they heart attacked him. He ended up having an infarction, some kind of a rare occurrence in his heart, and he dropped dead. They killed him. See, that's
an energy weapon.
Yeah, it's an energy ray. So all of these entertainers, Hollywood's a vital place. People know that or not. It is not. Research the word Hollywood, and you'll understand what it is there. And so when you have
breaking up a little bit, Jared.
When you have all of these different people that are basically trading who they are for a little bit of money and fame and fortune.
Yeah. And all of them have to do it in order to get famous. That's how you get famous. You have to,
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
I've been in contact with quite a few of them, and I've helped to they had a labyrinth or whatever the hell they were over in California. They were holding up all these souls, for their contract, their signature, whatever the hell they gave them. But I was led to this, and I helped to free a lot of souls, man. I mean, there was like 85 of them, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I hear. So it's like, and all of them were famous, every single one of them. Every one I could come up with, the name of somebody that had passed, they were on the, they spoke up. They said, yeah, I'm here. So I'm just saying, Jared, this is, I'm glad you're aware of this, because not too many people are.
Oh, that's exactly right. And now everybody on this call that isn't aware of it is now, because it's been going on forever. So
yeah, and these souls are now free. So I just wanted to let everyone know that I've helped to facilitate getting them the hell out of where they were, and they're gone. They're free now, and that includes Jimi Hendrix and a whole lot of really famous people. Everybody that's passed, every single one of them. And there's been a lot of them lately, the last few years.
Absolutely.
Every one of them. They were trying to get Neil Young, but he didn't join. So, thankfully, Neil didn't have to get subjected to that. But a lot of them have been. Every one of them. Everyone you can think of.
And your efforts are greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Jerry.
Mr. Rand, please.
I appreciate you.
Yep, I appreciate you too, Jimmy.
All right, thanks.
Yes, sir. Can the stem cells right now help repair our compromised immune systems?
Yes.
And the patch is coming out the new year, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jared, my good beloved brother, this is Jim from Washington.
Oh, Jim.
How are you, sir?
I keep trying to call you, and every time I do, I'm interrupted, so I'm going to get to you sooner or later here.
I just want mankind to know how grateful and appreciative I'm sure I am, and Lori and every human being that I know, for the eternal and everlasting and sensual love that our Creator has for all of His children upon this planet, all creation. Especially, He sent one of His good beloved sons down here to, at this time during these latter days, to be able to share and teach and train and help us understand and prepare us for the things that are coming, and give us the knowledge that's been kept from us. Like you said before, we've lived on this planet for all times. We've been taught since we were born and come through for where we're at. But we've been taught by these satanical forces and powers, so we've been taught all lies. It's wonderful to hear the truth, and it takes some time for us all to realize that. I had some things that I wanted to, but it's a reading, and I know there's so many other people that want to get on the phone, and I won't take that time. But this is from Saint Germain, and and the other one is from Christ Michael. So one of these times when we have the time, I'd like to share this with mankind, because it's something that it's interesting. It falls right into everything that you're saying, because you're one of the beloved brothers, as we all are one of the beloveds of our Creator, and all our sons of our Creator, and brothers of our ascended masters, and all of that. So it's a pleasure and a privilege, as always, to visit here and have you share all these wonderful truths with us. We love you, we appreciate you, and God bless you. But keep trying, because I'm here, and I'll talk to you and share some other good things with you. God bless.
Yes. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Hi, this is
Jared.
Okay, wait a minute. The guy first, because go ahead.
Hi, Jared. I just had a simple question. I was wondering, through the exchange, do you expect multiple baskets, or is it just going to be a one-time thing?
With a gold-back system, and all the countries in accordance will be a sweep across the board. So you can't, if everybody understands, you really can't take like 3 countries and then you revalue the currency from the gold standard and and then have another 5 or 10 countries, and then another 6, and do it that way. It's kind of like across the board, all agreement and documentation and signatures that everybody agrees that the gold standard comes into play, and that everybody's on a new system, and that their currencies are valued at an equalized rate for their country. Period. So to sweep them all.
Okay. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, Jared. A couple of questions.
Yeah.
One of them is, what kind of water can we drink now? And the other one is, how do we help to get our third eye working again with all the chlorine that we've drank in all our lives and all the chemicals? How can
you're talking about the pineal gland?
Yes.
Okay. The third eye gland. The pineal gland is, of course, the reason it's so calcified is because of the fluoride that everybody's been consuming for so many years, even from babies all the way up to adulthood. And that's what fluoride does. It calcifies the pineal gland. So what you do is you use melatonin, and melatonin decalcifies the pineal gland. And obviously the brain produces melatonin. That's how you sleep. But that's why a lot of people are, in this country at least, or have a lot of insomnia, and they don't get enough rest because of the fact that they have low melatonin levels. The brain doesn't, they just don't produce enough. So they take the drugs, the sleep stuff to put them out and artificially cause them to go on to sleep. So with the melatonin, so you add melatonin, and it's really inexpensive. You can get good melatonin, non-GMO, and take that in probably 2, 3, 4, 5 milligrams before, about an hour before, maybe a half an hour before you go to bed. And you just don't want to take a lot during the day because you become groggy and sleepy and you kind of doze off. So that's my opinion. What I would suggest, that if people want to decalcify, this is one of the best ways to do it is through melatonin.
Okay. And the water, what kind of water? Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
The water that I drink, distilled water, and I put my own minerals in it. That I get.
Yeah, that's the best way to be. You're with the distilled water. Distilled water is about the cleanest you're going to get, and you revitalize it by putting in trace minerals, which you're doing. So that works well. Now, there's other things that people can use that have been proven to work very well with adding drops to water, which revitalizes water and puts it up to and basically it's just changing its frequency, its vibrational frequency, which makes the body absorbs more, hydrates better, tissues respond better, period. And most humans are severely deficient in the key minerals that help build muscle. See, a lot of people think that protein builds muscle. And in reality, minerals build muscle. Minerals build muscle. So protein, if you figure out protein is very, very hard on the kidneys, people that consume a lot of protein will find that they start developing cysts, growths, kidney malfunctions with high levels of protein consumption. And it's one of the worst things. Another thing that's bad in large quantities is potassium, which is also horrible on your kidneys. So these are just part of the knowledge base that people should be aware of.
Jared?
Thank you very much.
Yes, Lori.
Yeah, this is Lori. You know, I want to tell you something, too. The water has the electrolytes in it, and it also has the, the negative idioms that control all the dark stuff in your body. And let me tell you something. I'm 92 years old.
Yep. And
I have a pH of 7.4 and a blood pressure of 117/80, and nobody could beat that.
Yeah, that's very good. Very good.
Very good. And we have other products in Fremont that I kind of like to talk about a little bit. The magnesium and the copper and the Ciaga, all those things are wonderful products. I'm not saying that they're curing or mitigating or anything. I am saying that they help the body heal itself.
Yeah, when we do another health call, then we'll get into that real heavily. I just kind of briefly mentioned those things on this call, but this call isn't the platform for.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lori.
I'm. You know what? Since I was on your program the other night,
Yeah.
I signed up 69 people.
There you go.
That were listening to the program because they all need something. Everybody needs something.
Yeah.
And I think we have what everybody needs.
There you go.
So anyway, it's a wonderful call. I love you eternally, eternal love. And I listen to you all the time.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you.
You're welcome, and bye.
Tell us when the health call will be, because it wasn't on Friday.
Yeah. We're going to have to figure out a way to put those calls up. Some of my emails that go to iqdcalls.com are blocked. For some reason, they're intercepted, so I don't know that. So then I'll contact them, and they say, well, we never got anything. So I have to send it back and see if I can get confirmation from them. And they've got all kinds of things going on, so their time is stretched. So what happens is that I get that's why the last Time for Change call didn't get posted, because they never got the link. So what I have to do is that when this call's over, and as soon as it posts, I'll be able to send the link to them, and then they can get to it a lot quicker and get it posted. But the other one, the latest one that we did last week, should have been, and it takes them longer too, because the calls aren't what you'd call normal. I mean, we're way ahead of it. We've got like 4-hour calls, 3.5-hour calls. So, but if, and this is what people are doing, if the gets to a point where the call's not posted on YouTube, then they can send me an email, and I can send them the link.
Hi. Hello?
Hi. Hello?
Jared?
Yes?
Hi, this is Lori from California, another
Hi,
Lori. It's my first time calling in. I have a question for you. I've heard you talk about med beds and age reversal and such, but I haven't heard you discuss what happens when you cross over.
Okay. Now there's different testimonies about this, is that when you cross over, you first leave the body. And at first you don't know that you're out of the body, you don't know that you've left it, and you still think that you're alive. You can't. At first you're kind of confused because you're looking at your body and you're outside your body. And this is from the beginning. This is how it takes place. And so eventually you figure it out. Not all figure it out, because that's why there's some that wander the planet in etherical form, which are called paranormal energies and so on and so forth. There's different reasons why some of those spirits are hanging around. So anyway, you leave the body, you start becoming aware that you are no longer going to be in that body and that life is over. Your stay in that body's done. So you look around and you don't really know what you're going to do because you just don't know, because where do I go from here? What am I going to do from here? So you say, okay, well, a light kind of lights your way. It like turning on a street light type of thing. And you, most of the time, we just float up through the light. And we go into what they call a tunnel, which is, it's like a spiraling tunnel, and the tunnel's dark, but you see a bright light at the end of the tunnel. And you're drawn through this tunnel, and you come to the other side of bright light, and you're met by familiar faces. Usually, most of the time, it could be, and these are real occurrences that have taken place with people, is that usually you have someone that you're familiar with. It could be from the life you just left, or it could be from another life, that they come to help you, to greet you, is what they're doing. Sometimes people have family members that have long passed, grandparents or great-grandparents that come and meet them and greet them. Sometimes people will have a whole room full of people clapping and cheering. Now, usually the first greetings come from the pets that you had in your life and in other lives. Those pets will come at you and greet you and want to be with you and just give you love, because they're usually the ones that come in first, are the pets that you've had. And then you have family members, and you start meeting all the family members, and a lot of the times they're clapping and cheering because they're so proud and happy of what you've been able to do on the planet while you were in physical form. So your physical form is, to you go, wow, what's everybody clapping about? And they'll say, well, Lori, you've done such a great job. We're so proud of you. We're so happy that you're with us, but we're also very, very happy on what you did while you were in physical form. And then basically you start meeting and interacting with them and start talking, and you start realizing more and more as the effects of being in a physical body wane, they dissipate, and you have no time. That's another thing. The other side has no time. There's no clocks. There's none of that stuff. And you just exist. Now, it's different over there, because when you get over there, and that's not that I'm describing the beginning process. When you get over there, a day, over there is like several years over here.
Wow.
So you could only be there for 3 days, and you've been gone for years from the plant, from your body. But you don't know that, because there's no keeping track of that, because it doesn't exist. And then what happens is as you get acclimated, you have these little things like you want to eat. You have these like reoccurrences because of the residual effects of being in that body. And they'll come up, and you'll have these cravings that you want to eat certain things, but the only way you can do that is conjure things up, because over there you really don't eat. You don't have to eat. If you did, you'd never get full. You don't, all of those things that you had in the physical body are gone. They're not there. So, and that eventually wanes away. But then there are things that you wanted to do while you were in your physical body that you never were able to do. So that some of us will do that. We'll say, okay, well, I want to swim with the dolphins, or I want to do this, or and you can do it. It's just openness everywhere. It's recreated. Beautiful ocean and a boat, and you're on the ocean and you're going. And my sister communicated that with me, because she She always wanted to swim with the dolphins, and she did. She wanted a boob job, and she got that. So she had all of these things that she did that she couldn't do or she didn't accomplish on Earth or in the physical form. So, and then what happens is that as we progress over the other side in the etherics, we then begin to start reevaluating and looking at what we're going to do next. Okay, and then we determine for ourselves that, okay, I don't know if I want to go back there. Okay. And then as time goes by, we start missing, believe it or not, we start missing the physical interaction. Because you get pretty connected with it. And so etherically is different because you really don't have solidness. Okay. And so you just kind of float around, and you can do anything you want, and you can really have anything you want. I mean, there's really there's none of the stuff that's on that side that's in the physical world. And so then you say to yourself, and this is what a lot of the times it happens, we go to the Akashic Records, we start realizing that we have had many lifetimes, most of us, and believe it or not, they're not all famous. People think that they were famous people. It's always these people saying, well, I used to be this person, that person. Most of the famous people don't ever reincarnate, and that's the truth. That's what happens. So, and then they go off to different things. And so what happens is that you say, okay, I look at the Akashic Records, I see all my lives, and then all the memories come back, all of your awareness of all of these lifetimes. You get to read about them and see them. They have like a pictoscope, which is basically you can run through your entire life. You can see all the things you've done. You can see all the things that you probably shouldn't have done. You can actually evaluate everything in your life that you've done, in any life for that matter. And it's a pictoscope, and you basically look in it, and it's like looking into your life, every step of the way. And you stop it and fast forward it and reverse it and do all those things. And so you get these memories, and you start realizing that you've had a lot of lives and you've had a lot of experience, and you remember them all. So this is your depiction that you believe that you're going to remember them when you come. Here's part of the trap. You start to say, okay, well, I think I want to go back there. I want to go back there. So after talking with the Heaven Council, the Heavens Council is what I call them, you pick another spirit guide, that's going to help you, because we all need help when we go down here, when we come to Earth and incarnate in physical form. We never are alone. We never do this on our own. So what happens is that, okay, so I'm going to go back there. So you then pick your family. You go in, and most of us do, pick our families and the situation, where we're going to be born, how many brothers and sisters, if any, we're going to have, what our mothers like, what our fathers like, what our grandparents are like. We're going to do all that. And we lay that out. So that's the game plan. That's the architecture that we lay out. And then we all everybody gets together and discusses it. And you look at your task and the different responsibilities that you're taking on and what you want to accomplish. And then you literally are asked, can you handle all this? Because this is a tough run. And we always overstep ourselves. We always overdo it. Because we're in, can I put it this way, we're in paradise over there in the etherics. It's like it's nirvana. So we were really confident. So we could say, well, I could do that and do this and do this. I don't have any problem. Yeah, I'll be able to handle all this. You sure? You're going to need some extra help. Maybe you ought to drop this one off and this one off. So anyway, it's worked out. And then you get to the point where you get ready to go in, okay? And it's utero when you enter the baby. And so you go in and you go through as you're going through the tunnel, all right, you're zapped electrically. So most of your memory of all the stuff that you viewed on the other side is eliminated, okay? And so when you get into the baby body and you're born and you're in the maternity ward in the baskets where all the children, they usually put them there, and the nurses are, and you at that point still have a residual memory of who you were in the past life. So you remember that, and it stays with you, and that's why you'll see some babies, and this is, you know, a lot of people laugh at this, but you'll see some babies crying like, bloody murder. They're just crying and crying in those baskets. Well, they're hungry. No, they've just been fed. And no, they don't have to eliminate. And then you have babies that are just cooing and quiet and smiling and quiet and peaceful. It's because that some of us are so shocked that we're back in a body, and we literally say to ourselves in so many words, I'm not here again, am I? The other babies, the spirit in there is saying, I finally made it back. I am so happy to be here. I've got so many things I want to do. Now, when you get to about 5, 6, 7, about 7 is the cutoff, you lose all the rest of that. The residual memory is gone, pretty much gone, period. It just fades out. Now, that's not the case. There are exceptions where people carry it with them and remember details of their past lives because it's been archived and it's been in history and recorded in books that these people remembered their past families, remembered their kids, where they lived, what they did, who they were. So it's rare, but it does occur.
So when you do cross over and you've gone through the tunnel and such, what dimension are you in? Does everyone go to the same dimension, or is it a different dimension for everyone, or is it the 11th or 12th? Or
etherically, it's kind of hard to describe. You're not in a physical dimension. Okay, you have to separate the picture here. Is that physicality is dimensionally motivated as you go up in your vibrational frequency, and etherically, you're in a etheric energy of existence, much closer to the prime source creator, and so you really can't configure that as a dimensional structure. It's above the dimension that you left. It's above. You've got a third dimension, and you've got a etheric dimension that's above the third dimension. So it's not. In other words, you don't have death, darkness, destruction, or anything etherically. It's all gone. It's not there. You don't experience those things.
Right.
Physically, you experience those things. So the best way to put etherics is heaven. It's the only way I could describe it. Is the best terminology that I can come up with. It's heaven how you would expect it. You don't have any of the things that you had cumbering you in the physical existence, period.
Thank you. And one more question, if I may. You have any suggestion for someone who has epilepsy? It's not for myself, but it's for a loved one.
Epilepsy, is, and understand this, because I had a dog that came down with epilepsy after it was 2 years, 8 months old. And I experienced the horribleness of grand mal seizures and learned a lot about what epilepsy, misfiring in the brain is all about. So, in the cases, there are many cases that they don't talk about, that it is allergy induced. It is an allergic response to diet or something in the atmosphere that causes the brain to have a chemical misfire. And the only way they can get rid of it, or whether they can't get rid of it from the medicinal standpoint, they just drug the person, and usually the liver, like with my dog, her liver literally burned through everything they gave her. It just, the doctors, the vets were just absolutely blown away that they wanted to study my dog because they just couldn't figure out how the liver was just burning through all of the drugs that were being given to her. So a lot of the times it is diet. It's an allergy that causes that misfiring. It's a violent reaction from the body that it does not associate well with whatever is being ingested.
And would the med beds
med bed would eliminate epilepsy. Yeah, eliminate it.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any, nobody would have any. There would not be any diseases at all.
At all. Wow. Okay, fantastic.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Jared.
Yes.
Hi. I'm staying on this subject. I wanted to know something. If you have a loved one that has committed suicide or anything, I heard before that if you were to commit suicide, that your next life would be 4 times worse or whatever than it was before. Is that really true?
I'll put it in your lap. Do you honestly think that's true?
Well, I just find it difficult to believe that, it would be.
Okay. If you look at the reasoning behind that, it's to put fear while you're living in you. Okay? Anything related to fear instilled, threats or doom and gloom, that you're going to be punished for what you decide you're going to do, and it's really not harming anybody else. That is your decision to make in the physical world, and that is one of your exits. We each get 5 exits, on average, to leave the body before normal exits. And we have 5 of those during a lifetime. And some people take the exit, and it's been literally agreed that they can end whenever they want to end. So some people, due to certain reasons, do it prematurely and end their lives. They're stay in the body. They're totally forgiven, totally exonerated as soon as they go into the etherics. They're not punished. They aren't going to have to come back and relive their lives in torture and hell and fire and brimstone, and it's not going to be 5, 4, 5, 10 times worse than it was the first time. Would that make any sense to anybody? Mm-hmm. It's just absolutely ludicrous. It's just crazy. It's just more of the construct, more of the doom and gloom, fear and sorrow and anguish that it's just never ending. It's just, I can't, I'm not going to do this because then I'm going to, and people don't care. They don't, people that are into that mental illness where they decide that they cannot cope anymore and they end their lives, they don't care. It's not something that they think about. It's gone. It's over. It's over. I'm exiting. I'm leaving. Now imagine this. Picture this. Imagine if all of humanity had the ability to say, okay, I've lived long enough in this body. I've existed long enough in this body. And you laid down and you left the body. Whenever you wanted. Whenever you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Period. And that's the future. That's the future. So there's no punishment. There's no threat and horribleness and all of that crap. It's just crap.
Oh, that's great. And I also have another question. This is about the RV, though, because I've heard so many different intel things about the RV. One is all the government's debt is going to be forgiven, all the banks' debt's going to be forgiven, and then everyone's debt's going to be forgiven. Everyone's going to be given a certain amount to live on. And then I've heard on another aspect that us who are receiving the blessing are the ones that are going to be giving the government the debt, paying off their debts and doing these things. So can you clarify that a little bit more for me, please?
Okay. Coming from my perspective, okay, and not the other. Everybody's got their. This is the lay of the land situation. Okay? Most of the governments right now that are in position are not going to be there. Okay? How do I put it? It's the financial restitution for humanity is what it is. Okay? And humanity is owed great wealth, and that's what this is about. It's about great wealth. It's about distributing the wealth to the people and not the governments, and that's what this is about. And everybody is due wealth. Every human being on this planet is due wealth. It's way overdue. It is to hydrate the human race, flush them with financial security permanently, so that we can transition in a new direction. And what will happen is that take all this other stuff, okay, and just, it's up to everybody to believe what they want to believe. That's the point. It's up to everybody to believe what they want to believe, okay? And that's why I don't get into this, really, because the perspective is that humanity is going to be wealthy. Everybody's going to be wealthy on this planet. The structure that you see, the governments that you see, are no longer going to be there. They're not. They will fade out. They will be replaced with small, manageable, public service organizations for the people. That's what it'll be. The people will be much clearer and understand what that service, that government, is doing, period. And they will no longer be these monolithic governments that rape and pillage and steal and create war. It's not going to happen anymore. It's going to be gone. So you're looking at humanity with this whole financial thing, all right? You're going to see all finances as far as debt gone. They could do that today. They could do it today, period, okay? That's how silly money is. That's how silly the monetary system is. That's how silly all of this is. It's silly. Because if you look at this from a far-out perspective, it doesn't do any good. It just creates conflict, harm, strife, stress. It's continual upheaval, and it just doesn't work. It's lunacy. Always has been. Look what it's done to humanity. Look what it's done to the social structures. Look what it's done to values, okay? So it's because that a handful of beings have had all the wealth, and it just doesn't work, okay? And the human race has finally gotten to the point that says enough's enough. This is over, period. If you guys don't get off dead center and you don't start implementing these things, we will. That's it, period. And who's we? All of those that you've been constantly fearing of awakening and understanding what you've all been up to and what you've done to us. And that's already taking place. They're scared stiff. So all the debt's gone. Every human is debt-free. No one owes on their homes. No one owes anything. All of these taxations and regulations are obliterated, and we put in a new structure that is actually put in by the people, and not from some representative, but the people will meet in groups, and they'll determine what they want as far as a structure. All of this, and I'll tell you something else, Republican, Democrat, all of these things will be gone. They don't work. They don't work. And the American people know it, and the rest of the people on the planet know it in their countries as well. It doesn't work. It never did. Why would you do anything over and over and over again and expect different results? It's the same old thing. You know, economies are created to stress the people. It's pushing a button. You know, all of this crap, devaluation of currencies, valuation of currencies, all of it's a game, you know. And having a lot of money and power is a joke as well, because it doesn't benefit life. It doesn't benefit humanity. When it doesn't benefit, why have it? It's not necessary to have it. So that's why when humanity here, this flushing of humanity, this hydration of every human being will take place. And eventually everybody will get used to it when the smoke clears and the fog clears and the sun comes out and everybody's getting acclimated to their wealth and they're getting adjusted and everything and doing what they want to do as long as they don't harm others and as long as they don't harm the environment or the ecosystem and they learn to respect each other. this through probably will take one generation. Okay? And so what will happen is, in the meantime, is there'll be some adjusting to do because everybody will be well off. There won't be pounding your chest. There won't be saying, I'm better than you and I've got more than you. All that stuff is going right down the toilet. It doesn't work. So the new direction for humanity is that everybody on the planet's wealthy and everybody starts helping everybody. That's what happens. Everybody starts helping everybody. Borders will cease to exist. Once we clean the mess up, once we get rid of all of the crap that's been pumped into humanity, all of the deviant activities and the darkness and the vileness is eliminated, we will not have borders. We will not. Humanity will be able to share the planet like it's always been meant to be, as one big planet. See? There will be a council. The council will be, it literally will see to the people's needs on the planet. There will be small groups who will govern and assist and service the people of those areas on the planet. And if they have problems, that council will send a few of its members to that area to help them decide how they can formulate a solution to their problem that they can't come up with a solution for. So this will be about helping each other. And it will be about continually introducing new technologies for the betterment of humanity at humanity's request and at their participation. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what we're looking at. That's what's going to happen. And it's not going to be, well, you missed out and I got all this and you got nothing. That's not going to happen, see. So all of this rushing and doom and gloom and all of this arguing and petty, I'm king of the mountain and I've got all the wealth and I control everything. It's see, all of this is the three-dimensional goop. It's trying to operate in the light of creation in all the goop. It just doesn't work, see. So
hello, Jared.
Right.
In this three-dimensional gook, as you call it, that's what most of us are in now. And as we go through the dimensions, we will not have a body as we know now, right?
That's right.
So what would we need all the monies for when we've got everything as you're going through the dimensions? We wouldn't need a healing bed. We wouldn't need any of these new things that's coming in from what I can see. I mean, do we have the same abilities? How does this dimension we're going to compare to having died and your spirit's gone to heaven?
It's a transition. It's a transition, okay? It's a learning, it's an adventure learning, it's a journey learning experience. So for us to experience this, it was our decision. So we decide that, okay, so we're going to transition. We're going to ascend, which means eventually we're not going to have a carbon-based body. That's what ascension means. So we'll go to, and not many people want to talk about that because then they think everybody's going to get freaked out, okay? But it's a reality. So what will happen is that in this third-dimensional transitional process, we will go through where we will all experience great wealth and abundance, prosperity, all of the things that we have pined away for through generations, all of the things that we have desired to participate in, but could not because of the constraints put on the populace, the control factors, all right? And experience total freedom in a physical form, which humanity's never had, has never experienced that before. Total freedom.
Is that a third dimension freedom form? That when you experience total freedom, then you start to transition from you're out of the third dimension, you're in between third and fourth, you travel into fourth, then you travel into fifth. When you travel to fifth, you will then go into a crystalline light chamber. Those will be brought here. You will go into the chamber. You will be cocooned for 3 to 4 days. And when you come out, you will have a crystalline-based body. It'll be physical,
but it'll be crystalline-based. It will not be carbon-based. See, all we think about is that, well, that's all there is carbon-based. That's not true, all right? That's just one construct of a physical form. So you will become 8 to 9 feet tall. You will have opaque. You won't have hair. You'll have opaque gold kind of colored skin. You'll have copper-colored eyes. You will be, like I said, 8 to 9 feet tall. Your position of existence of inhabiting that body, your whole direction will change. Your understanding in the fifth dimension is it's total peace. It's totally different. It's all the things that everybody dreams about here in this third dimension. That's what it is.
Do you have connection with the heavenly bodies?
Yes.
At that stage, you will interact. What will
happen is that you'll be able to sit down and talk with everybody and anything. You will be able to interact with any kind of any form of existence. You will be able to talk to those who have passed over. You will be able to communicate with everything. There will no longer be veils that will separate you and keep you isolated from the truth. So you will interact with things. You will come and go with ease. Everything will be at ease.
There's no more tragedies around you with the earth and what's going on, like what's going on here, tearing up everything with tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding, earthquakes.
Well, you have a transition period, so you won't be in a third-dimensional Earth. You're not going to be in a third-dimensional Earth. You will be in a fifth-dimensional Earth.
But
totally
it's still
different.
Earth.
It's still Earth, but it's fifth-dimensional vibrational frequency.
So at that point, you're able to see what's going on in the third dimension.
Well, kind of, but why would you? You won't be preoccupied.
I don't know if everybody's going to be on the same path. I want to know about my loved ones.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that everybody's going together. This isn't going to be, it's the decision based upon the human. As the human is mentored, the human will decide if they are ready to go to that dimension. It's not going to be you have no choice, you're going, forget it. It's going to be freedom. That's part of the freeness, the freedom that Creator gave us. So
you misunderstood me. I want my loved ones to go as well, and I don't know if they'll be on the same path.
Well, then you sit down with your loved ones and you discuss it.
They won't listen. I've tried.
Well, you know.
So I know I've done all I can.
Here's the hard part to understand and comprehend. When you get into a new body, you have a new existence. The old existence doesn't exist anymore. You don't have memory of it. You don't care to. It's gone. You're separate. You're totally new. You will have a new family. You will have a new experience, a new existence. It's almost as if the life that you had is like dying, which means leaving the body and moving on. So when you leave the carbon-based body and you inhabit the crystalline light form body, you are not going to have remorse. You are not going to feel isolated. You are not going to have depression and all of these things. It's not going to be there. You're vibrating in a whole different new frequency. It's a separation. It's a complete adjustment from what you've experienced. It's hard to describe. I think it's very difficult to get that across in a simple way.
We've had a number of people talking about their children having committed suicide, and my son committed suicide in March, and he was a very unhappy person in his life, and he overdosed with intent on potassium, and his heart stopped and they couldn't revive him. Now, I'm thinking to myself, is he carrying the same morose thoughts, feelings that he had whenever he killed himself, or is he going to be able to open up to the light? He's carrying that with him when he goes in his soul.
He's free. He's free. Some spirits cannot handle physical existence, even though their commitment is to come in. All right, and they know that, and they're fully aware of that, and they made that commitment. So when they come into the physical body, they're not going to know until they're starting to be exposed to the challenges and obstacles in that physical existence. So when it comes to a point where they no longer can function and they just have shut down, this is their exit to leave the body. They leave the body, they are freed, they feel expansive, they're forgiven, they didn't do anything wrong, they just made a decision that it was the time, they don't care to experience anymore in physical form in that life. And that happens to some people. That happens.
I have to work on myself with that because I feel anger with them.
Well,
I feel
nothing.
Anger.
See, when you have eternal love, when you understand what eternal love is, you then begin to realize in your connection with your higher self that's part of our Creator God, is that you realize that you love Him and He loves you. Nothing changes. It's just the construct of the physical world that gets in the way sometimes between humanity and then between our spirit and our higher selves. When you're detached from your higher self, you're more vulnerable. You're literally more vulnerable. You feel more isolated. You feel more anger. You feel more depression. You feel more confusion because you are separated from your higher self. You are not in bonding with your higher self in a good relationship. When you don't have that, you get frayed at the edges and you become very miscombobulated, and anger gets nothing. It creates nothing but more anger.
I realized that. I do.
See,
and I've forgiven him, but it's just I know I need to work on me with this. I try to forgive him. I say I have forgiven him for what he's done. It's his choice. But
you might want to try this. You might just want to try this. Is that with yourself? All right. Move your son out of the picture for a bit, and try this tonight in bed before you go to sleep. Try to love you. Try that. Try to love you. Take your son, take him and step him aside, because he's around. Try to love you, and put attention to you, and then go in, and when you'll see it. Embrace the anger. I mean, literally embrace it with yourself. Use your light of Prime Source Creator God and embrace it. Embrace the anger. Saturate it with your eternal love. Face it.
I'll try that. Thank you.
And absorb, just literally saturate it with eternal love and see what happens.
Thank you,
Jared.
I would like to say thank you to everybody that's been on these lines that's asked so many questions that he's answered, and it's helped me. So, and that's to you as well, Jared. Thank you for all that you do.
Very welcome.
Jared, can I just interject? Can I just ask a question?
Hold on. Okay, one at a time. Just one at a time.
Okay. Hi, this is Crystal. I just want to ask, because you're on that subject, the carbon-based bodies, is that the thing that's a generation away?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
okay.
Maybe sooner, but that's about the time range of adjusting and transitioning. Okay?
But that's not the prosperity funds. That's sooner.
No.
See, I think we get this timeline mixed up a lot.
Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult to clarify everything. It's because there's so many talkers. There's so many people with information about this whole thing that it gets kind of frayed at the edges. It gets kind of misconstrued and misunderstood. Feel within you, which is your beacon of information, which is all-knowing. feel in you this whole process, as I've described it, is already it's been formulated and it's in motion. And see, people don't understand that. It's different. It's in motion. It's taking place, and no one has been disrupted. Society and civilization has not been disrupted. It's been full force all along, formulating and taking place, and actually having an actual physical construct of its launch. And when you realize that if you have confidence and you believe that you are financially wealthy, and I mean this, that you have that confidence and you don't feel insecure and you aren't always worrying about when am I going to be financially secure? When is this going to happen? What happens with that type of energy is that you you pull yourself down into that type of thinking and that worry and stress and fear. You've got to maintain a confidence of understanding to say, look, this is already taking place. You know why and money's not in your pocket yet. But when you look at everything that's taking place on this planet, because everybody on this call is awakened to much greater lengths than most people. And when you start looking at everything that's happening and taking place, you have to be very discerning on some of these things and filter out a lot of this crap and understand that the clarity of it is that it's happening, that you cannot have money come to you with a corrupt banking organization. It doesn't work. You cannot think that you're going to go to corrupt banking system designed to literally screw humanity and steal is going to be in a position to be benevolent, kind, loving, and sharing and giving. It's lunacy. So when you look at the system, the infrastructure is in place and is being put together so that when you have your wealth, you will not worry that you'll lose it.
So we shouldn't worry. We shouldn't worry about these elections.
No, because once you get your wealth, then you're going to have a whole ton of worries on how you're going to keep it. If you think your life's busy, if you think your life is busy now, wait until you have that. Okay.
Well, I'm not really money driven. I just like all the other ideas that you talk about people being happy and living. That's the part I like. I'm not really that money driven. But I can stay on a good roll, but then when I get around certain people, like certain family members and stuff, it kind of wrecks my my vibration. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who is the master of you?
Me.
You might want to remind yourself when you get around other people whose vibrational frequencies are lower than yours, okay, you might want to say to yourself, I'm the master of me. And I send eternal love to all of these people, period. So our immediate response is, you do it quietly. You don't have to voice it. You don't have to verbalize it. You don't have to commune with them about it. You just send it. And that's why a lot of people are irritated, rubbed the wrong way. That's a lot of the time. That's why. Not all the time, because there's demonic possession too. But a lot of the time, it's because their frequency is not in alignment with yours. So you get you feel almost sometimes nauseous and irritated, and you may not even know the people. You might be at a social event, and you get around them, and you go, "Holy moly! I can't be around these people. I don't like the way she's talking, and it's just very irritating for me. Why am I getting all these?" And it's because of the vibrational frequency. See, so you are the master. So the only way to combat that is to send eternal love from your heart mind to that group of people, to those family members. And it'll ease. It will dissipate, period. Because all that you are looking at is one thing. You are going to become well taken care of financially. And then you will help others be well taken care of. And that's how things are going to go. Now, will everybody respond that way? There'll be some slow slugs here and there, but in eventuality, humanity will follow the path. That's basically it. And I can guarantee you, when the entire population of this planet is wealthy, is well off, many of the things that we've all experienced through our existence will be gone. They'll melt away. Yeah. They won't exist. See?
True.
They just won't be here. And I think it's hard for us to move ourselves away from what we've all been, steeped in and covered in for so long. And it is. It's difficult in a way of comprehending that and seeing outside of that at times. But when we move outside of our comfort zones, it's when we learn the most, and it is when we become the most happiest. It's when we're in that comfort zone that we worry the most, stress the most, fear the most. We don't step outside of it. This is causing us to step outside of our comfort zone. This is causing us and motivating us to say, okay, I'm going to step. Now, here's something that just came to mind. On my webinar with, this just came in to share with everybody. When I was on my webinar with Sheldon Nidell, Miles, one of the hosts, he said he had a dream, and this is very interesting. He had a dream. He kept having this dream where he would have he would have monsters in his dream, and these monsters were chasing him. And he was, and I'm not saying it exactly as he said it, but there was a cliff, okay, and there was a cliff, and the monsters were coming at him, and he decided to himself, he said, well, should I turn and fight those monsters, or should I jump off the cliff? Well, when he looked over the cliff, all he saw was fog and clouds. He couldn't see the ground. But guess what he did? He jumped off the cliff, and he landed in paradise. So, and that was a dream he had. So it basically says that what you believe, okay, about you is paramount. And it's not about what others believe about you. It's about what you believe about you and how tender, caring, loving, giving, nurturing, and sharing you truly are, because you are in a physical suit, a space suit, that you take care of to house your creative spark, your God spark, your higher self, your soul, your spirit. You are all of those things that are dying to come out. And look at yourself as the conduit for Prime Source Creator God's handiwork, his creative flow. Father, Mother, God's creative flow. You are the creative flow. You're one line of it. So if you start to flow and view other humans, that inside of them they have that piece as well. So you start connecting with those pieces of humanity, and it assists them in adjusting their direction without any forcing, talking, and selling or anything. And if we could, and this is what's taking place with these vibrational frequencies, and some are aware, some aren't too aware, and some are not aware at all. But it's saturating and it's spreading, and it's becoming more and more and more. And I'll tell you why. Because people are connecting with their creation, with their source creation energy, their God spark. They're connecting. Whether it's conscious or subconscious, they're making the association with their heart mind, which is several times more powerful than the mind's mind. And you are feeling the existence of creation and eternal love. And that's what this is about. It isn't about the money and all that other created stuff. It's about the transition of humanity into complete and eternal love for each other. That's where this is going. And because we are all moving together into it. And as this goes, you're going to see all of these energies that are steeped in the darkness of the third dimensional goop, and they're literally scurrying around. You'll see them, and they're fighting each other, and they're aggressive with each other, and they're just going crazy. You are leaving that. You're leaving it. And it's not interesting anymore. You ever notice that? Any of you?
Mm-hmm.
You ever notice that some of this stuff, when you have time to yourself, you're not critical about it. It's not there. It doesn't motivate you anymore. It doesn't reach into your heart and pull you anymore. You just kind of go, this is useless. It just doesn't. I don't care to be entertained with it. It's boring. It doesn't do anything. It's the same old stuff. And you're moving, see, because you're moving, and you're ascending. You're literally levitating and floating up. So it's almost like I got a pair of old shoes with holes in the soles. I'm walking on hot pavement. I don't need those anymore. I'm not going to do this anymore. Those are useless. They're done. I don't need them. And you move on, and that's what we're doing. So all of this corruption and all this manipulation, all this greed and enslavement, all these horrible, horrible atrocities, they're going to come out in the open, and we're going to look at them, and we're going to say, okay, so we're going to give all this love out, all this eternal love, and we're going to saturate all that exists in it, and we're going to learn that now that we will understand and comprehend the fact that that's all there is. All this other stuff is just fodder. It has no real meaning. It's like a game, okay? You play the game, you're done. And you'll put it away, and that's it, okay? And you come back, you play another game. This is a game, this whole thing. It's a game for the spirits to inhabit and to interact in. They choose to, or they don't. And we are progressing to an understanding of complete eternal love. And as we continue to ascend, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, infinity of ascensions into different dimensional frequencies. So, and if you understood this, if you understood that pieces of you exist in other existences, it's like looking into a mirror and seeing you through infinity, all the way through those old mirrors you get with lights in them. You look in them, and it looks like they just kept going and going inside. You would see you continuously. There are other yous functioning in other dimensional frequencies. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. There is no limit. You were told there are limits. There are no limits. There are none. Those are constructed to keep you imprisoned. There are no limits. Because you will learn that you can go and be anything you desire. You are creation. You're a co-creator of all that there is. And when you really nurture that and embrace it for you as well as everybody else does, look where we are going, where we're headed. And literally, it is an absolute that everybody will be wealthy on this planet for a period of time until they ascend. They won't need it anymore. And it'll be gradual. It'll be gradualized, and it'll be a smooth for most transition. Period.
Tell us where the very bad go. We know where the good go, but where does the very bad go?
Okay. When you have beings, okay, because they're not all human, they might be humanoid, but they're not human like us. So there's different structures, and there's spirits in those physical forms. So when you have somebody, I'll give you an example. Okay, create something that's going to scare the crap out of humans. Create something that's going to scare the crap out of them, okay? Because if you're bad, you're going to go to hell. This is what we were told when we were kids. Pretty much the same with all religions and different tongue, is that if you're bad in this life, you're going to go to hell, and you're going to burn throughout eternity. Through hell damnation, fire and brimstone. Your soul's going to burn forever. You're going to be in writhing, horrible pain forever. Okay? Now, I will give you all an understanding there is a fake heaven and there is a real heaven.
Yes.
All right? The construct of the fake heaven is really wonderful. It's very seducing. And understand that we come from, and we have inside of these bodies, a form of energy that is eternal love, that's just complete, it's everything, it's all the joy, the happiness, everything that in physical form that we've been exposed a little bit to. Okay. Now, and all this means is that all forgiving, all knowing, all experiencing interaction, that we are constantly forgiving and loving. Well, just take that, because that's been written in the history books for a long time. We're all forgiving and loving. All right. Now, you have a prime source creator God. However you want to depict this force that is before creation, that literally father, mother, both masculine and feminine energies, creates everything. Right? Now, think about this. We are pieces of that creation. So we are not our true essence and energy inside these bodies. Not our genetics, not our DNA in the physical body, but our etherical energies, our souls, our spirits, higher selves, are all forgiving. We don't destroy. We don't murder. We don't burn. We don't threaten. We don't do any of that. Beings throughout existence do that. Different beings do that. Okay? If they control a population and a civilization to the extent for always, from beginning to current, and all that civilization's been taught is those parameters, that's all they can believe, because they have nothing else. And they've been giving nothing else forever. So this is a pondering for everyone to ponder and to view and to visit. Does it make sense? Okay. That our Creator, who is eternal love, is going to burn and pillage all of the bad people, is going to destroy, and is going to curse, and is going to defile all of these bad ones. All right? Now, how do you separate evil from good? Evil does one thing, good does another. Now, if good turns and murders evil, that makes good evil.
That's right.
And people have a hard time with this. They have a hard time with it because they get angry. They get angry in the physical body. The physical body becomes angry. It's angry. I want this person dead. I want him hung. I want them just raked over the coals. I want them dragged behind the wagon until all their skin's ripped off. All of these horrible things. I want them done. They deserve the worst. Okay? That is an imbalance causing us, and which the dark wants, manipulating us into the dark and causing us to become angry. So therefore, we become evil during that time of anger. And as you notice, what happens to a group of people that are infuriated and become more and more angry and more and more angry and more and more angry, and there's other people feeding that, causing more and more anger and more and more anger? Have you ever seen what happens? I'm sure a lot of you have. Now, what happens when you are benevolent and you're loving and you say to yourself, whether I like it or not, they are part of me. And the only thing that I know that can alleviate this breach is that I give them eternal love. This is what our Creator has been teaching us forever, since we've been separated from the whole body of Prime Source Creator God. This is what that He's been trying to teach us when we go into physical form. See? And that's why pets were created and animals were created, because they teach us an eternal love. They teach us how to treat others, how to treat ourselves. They are not, it's things that are brought in, other spirits incarnate to teach us while we're in physical form, to overcome the abnormalities of being in physical form, of destruction and aggression and blowing up and killing. Nobody really dies. The spacesuits go up in smoke, but the spirit moves on. And because we've been so manipulated into the physical, we've been so detached from our spiritual that our physical controls us and is the master of us. And we got it all backwards. If we, as all of us, flip the switch and say, wait a minute, the spirit is the master. The body is the vehicle. It's the vessel. It carries us around. So we've been taught to flip it and have the body. All there is the body. All there is this life. All there is this gold, this silver, this money. I'll tell you something. There are people on this planet right now manufacturing, and I'm not talking about digging it out of the ground, manufacturing gold and silver in the tons, okay? Making it right now. That tells you what gold and silver really are. So when you start to flip the switch and you say, wait a minute, I'm the master. I'm eternal love. So I emulate that from this physical body to all that there is. Watch what happens to the planet. Watch what happens to Gaia and the world, and this world we're in, and all of humanity. See, that's the secret that's been kept from humanity, that's been twisted and gnarled and misdirected and misinformed and put down wrongly in books. And it's just been an absolute bald-faced lie to humanity. We're the masters. We've always been the masters. We've been too involved with our physical life, our physical existence, when we should be embracing our spirit, which is our guide, which basically tells us, can you imagine sitting there talking with your spirit, which you can do right today? And when this happens, which it's happening, all these things start to dissipate. They start going away. You start going, you know what? This isn't, this isn't entertaining. I sense that there's deceit here. I sense that there's things that I'm just not interested in, and so I'll just give it my eternal love, and I'll let that saturate the situation, and I'll just move on, period. And as your confidence comes back, because your higher self is confident, it comes back, and now you're being guided by eternal love instead of the physical direction, okay? Hate, anger, right? And many of us think we know what love is, but we really don't. Many of us think we know. A lot of us attach it. Yes.
What comes to mind when you talk about love is that the 6 heart virtues are expressions of love. And that's why the word, I think, is so bandied about. But the actual practice of love is understanding and compassion and humility and forgiveness and appreciation and courage.
Absolutely.
And those are the 6 heart virtues that I learned from the Wingmakers. And I think that they are really, like I look at a lot of leaders that through the years that have talked about love, like in the underground, not regular leaders. And I think they are all talking about love, but love in practice means that some of them, like you've embodied a lot of this for me, and I appreciate it. This is Claire from New York. I really have appreciated it because you say, this is my opinion. I have such respect for that. You say, well, this is from my experience, because people ask you, frankly, in my mind, they ask you crazy questions, because it's like if people want to know about what happens after death, Robert Monroe spent his whole life studying that. He's a brilliant man. He wrote books about being out of the body at different levels, experiencing all kinds of things, and coming back all through frequencies, and coming back and talking about it. So I feel like, you say, what I love about what you do is that you're willing to say, this is my opinion, because we all have to experience this personally. And I think that's the key here. It's like we want to know the answer. People want to know what happens when I die. Well, probably a million things can happen. And also, I heard you say this once before, but I want you to talk to the issue that, a lot of these astral planes, maybe not recently, but they've all been controlled. And when I figured that out and I felt that, I realized, this has been the game of keeping this little farm going with all these little human spirits who are willing to be duped, because even in death, they've sort of managed to cloud out a lot of these things, like follow the light, and then, this brings you right back here again. So I feel like what you're doing is getting us to be in touch with our own inner true beingness, which will never let us down, never. So I feel like that is the greatest contribution that you've given. When people commit suicide, it's terrible. People in my family did, but that being has a great being attached to it. It'll be all right. It'll all work out, because we have to trust that thing. So I just wanted to add that and say thank you to you.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's great eternal love to you. It's you're on to something, because we can that's why I quoted the statement that Lao Tzu, who wrote the Tao, and what Lao Tzu, he made a statement in there, and if you haven't read the Tao, read it, because it's quite interesting. But if you look at the statement he makes, is that sacred space is not the bowl; it's what the bowl holds. Okay, that's very, very impactful advice, information. When some of the ascended masters left the body, because they've all been in physical form at one time or another, maybe sometimes more than once. But when you escape the grip of the catchers, for a better use of words, I'll call them the catchers. You don't go to the light; you go to the dark. The space is the sacred. That was the Lao Tzu found a way to escape the catchers when he left the body.
Right.
And so his formula is in the Tao, the true Tao, the one that hasn't been, recycled and new input, and defaced, so on and so forth. But when you leave and you really, in reality, you stay away from the light, because the light will chase you. Period. And when you go and you escape the light and you understand that the space is sacred, because that's your freedom as a spirit, as an etheric. And he was successful, see. Now, Maitreya, another ascended master, Maitreya escaped the catchers. Now, when a Maitreya, he was caught, and he was imprisoned on Mars, underneath the surface of Mars. They kept him there for ages and ages and ages and ages, because they didn't want him to get out, to let everybody know that there's a way out. But he eventually was able to escape again permanently. Now, that's part of what we are. We are freedom. We have always been free. Say, we've never not been free. But in the physical form, we have been misguided and misled to believe certain things that aren't true. Remember, I've always said, flip it. If the things that you see are unbelievable to you, and the things that you see are totally ridiculous to you, and those are the truth, but the ones that are easy to believe, that are smooth for you to comprehend are the lie. And that's what's difficult for people, because they would rather be in the smooth and easy path of understanding rather than the perplexity of the truth, which is far advanced thinking, far advanced happenings that are beyond many's comprehension. So they just dispel it. So when we realize there's only one way, the Tao, the way, and he was describing the way out, is the fact that you, all of us, become awakened in the body. That's the first thing, okay? We have to become awakened in the body. So once we become awakened in the body and we make the reconnection with our higher self, our spirit self, what we garner, what we filter, and what we extract from this existence has been given to us. It's just laying there to be discovered for us to discover, and then we're informed. We know, okay? Then we no longer will be in this vicious cycle of continually reincarnating with no memory. Every time we reincarnate, memories are blown away. We are given a massive electric shock when we go through the tunnel. We are given a massive electric shock when we go through the tunnel again to reincarnate. Does it make any sense to any of you to reincarnate incessantly forever and never remember what you did in the past life to help you with the life you're in now? Does that make any sense to anybody? No. How can you perfect anything when you don't have a memory of any of it? See? And
or just being reincarnated, going back to Earth as a human. I mean, the universe is full of life, right? Aren't they being reincarnated too?
Sure. Yes.
Well, then couldn't we end up other than a human to be reincarnated?
Absolutely. But look what they've done. They've kept humanity isolated to believe that they're the only life, intelligent life. Look how long they've literally put that in humanity's bringing up. We're the only intelligent life in the universe. We're all alone. How asinine is that? That to me, I don't even visit it because it's just so ridiculous. And so humanity grows up thinking, well, there's no one else. When there's thousands, millions of civilizations throughout the galaxy, throughout the universes. It's just, and so you got other incarnates on Earth that were trapped here. Their spirits were trapped here, so they were forced to incarnate here. That's why we've got such diversity on the planet. Have you ever thought why we've got all of these talents, all of these talented people? Look at how talented these humans are. These singers, these artists, these sculptors, all of these people, these engineers, these builders, these carpenters, just with their bare hands. I mean, you see people build something, a whole house with their bare hands, just by themselves. And that's just miraculous. And why do you think we've got all this talent and this diversity? You know, it's because these different spirits have come in and brought those experiences with them in other lives, other existences, and other body forms. And that's what happens, see? And people don't think about that because they think that's just normal. That's just normal, see? And the reason that it's twisted is because to keep humanity in the dark and to keep them imprisoned and to make them believe that this is a real life. This is a real life. This is the life you were meant to live. That's a bunch of garbage.
I think that's why the meditations are so powerful, because the way through is through the heart. And that's why I think that's why we're doing this. And it isn't about what people say is going to happen here, there. If we really look inside, all the answers will be there, honest to God, but we don't have any confidence. So I like the fact that you use that word a lot in the meditation. I'll go now, but thanks to everybody, and I love you all so much.
Thank you.
Jared, could I ask a question to follow on about the brain, the pineal clearing?
Yes.
Okay. I'm real interested in removing the calcification from my pineal and all that implies. I've, for a couple of 3-4 years, I've been using filtered water that removes the fluoride, but that's, I'm nearly 70. That's just the past few years. So as you said earlier, we've grown up with this. They started putting fluoride when I was in the water when I was just a child. So I'm real interested in decalcifying the pineal gland. One of the substances that has been recommended, David Wilcock especially called for it, fermented ratfish liver oil or skate oil. He says decalcifies the pineal gland. I'd like your comment on that, but one other possibility. Right now there's a summit going on online on anxiety and depression, and the first episode they went through, they talked about using amino acids to stimulate production of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine and other things. And so my sense is that there's something about the frequency that needs to be entered into this conversation. You've talked about frequency, and I'd like to bring the consideration of frequency to these kinds of substances. Is improving the neurotransmitters through the use of things like D-L-phenylalanine and GABA and L-glutamine and L-phenylalanine, and I think that's the last, norepinephrine and SAMe. Are these helpful in clearing the crystallization of the pineal gland? Are they of the kind of frequency that would be helpful? So I'm asking about neurotransmitters, improving neurotransmitters, and the skate liver oil, fermented skate liver oil.
Okay, the liver oil. Most people want something that's not going to be bad taste, burning, whatever, and all that stuff. Okay, the oil serves a purpose for the elimination of the calcification. Okay, that's one application. But most people would prefer to take something like for their body. All right, it's produced by. Okay, taking
You're
another
kind of breaking
animal.
up. I'm okay. So taking it from another animal would be a low frequency. I think you're right. Yeah.
Well, you're taking it from a animal, and the frequency is a lot lower. So melatonin, and I'll give you an idea. Frequency applied to the body. What they do is they allow the body to heal itself or produce certain things that it's lacking, and that's what happens. So when you apply frequency to, it's just like the patches, the frequency patches. It's just like the handheld frequency, all the different frequency devices that are legitimate, that work. They allow the body to heal itself. So when that body heals, when it's allowed to heal itself, the brain will produce more melatonin so that the pineal gland is decalcified and begins to become flexible and not shriveled up and hard. Yeah. So the pineal gland starts to breathe and expand. Now, it's doing that. It's the body's doing that. It's not some chemical that's being put in the body. The body produces melatonin. So what do? You get melatonin, you add it. The melatonin that you add will decalcify.
That's the first time when you said that tonight, that's the first time I'd heard that melatonin would be helpful with this. And so it made me wonder, well, are you saying, you were kind of breaking up, so I'm not sure if I caught the thorough comment that you were making, but are you saying that if we added things like amino acids, like I described, that might not be helpful, or it might be helpful in allowing the body, the neurotransmitter, the brain to repair itself?
Certain amino acids that the body produces amino acids. So, and bodies are looking at certain amino acids. So when you use certain amino acids, they will help with the pineal gland and the neurotransmitters in the brain. Again, remember not to get off track of the fact that in physicality of the body, we are after the body to heal itself. We are not after the body to add things to it that causes it to have to get aggressive to itself of those things that we add to it. So we look for things, if we're going to ingest them, that are natural to the body, okay? Minerals, those are natural to the body. Melatonin is natural to the body. Serotonin, tryptophan, a lot of these different things that the body produces but might be lacking, it might be malfunctioning because of all of the immune complications in the body that have happened. So what you do is you go in, you straighten out the vibrational frequency by putting certain frequencies in the body. So you allow the body to detox itself. You flush it out. And the body can do that. These are all things that your body is supposed to do. These are functions. See, we've been taught that, okay, well, you better do this, you better do that because this isn't working and that's not working. Well, why isn't it working? What's wrong? Why am I lacking? Am I lacking something that I should ingest, that should I bring into the body that can help with that? Is it my diet? Instead of looking at the chemical basis and adding these things. Like, I just don't believe from the standpoint of dead things, okay?
Yeah.
Not all dead things are bad, but there's most of them are just, they don't serve a well purpose. But some of them do, but the majority of them. If we understand that the pineal gland is calcified due to the carbon-based elements such as fluoride, an offshoot of aluminum mining, that calcifies it, shrivels it, and then there's other things that contribute to that: diet, dehydration, poor regimen, poor knowledge of the body, and then the pineal just becomes barriered. It just becomes barred off and separated. So the simplest, and people want to know simple things. They don't want to know rocket science. So you go and you go simple. Melatonin for the pineal. The brain produces it. It only makes sense to put melatonin in the system that will decalcify the pineal gland. Do great hydration, which are minerals, which the body produces, which we add to nurture the body, and we take minerals in clean water. Those are some of the detoxifications that we can do naturally that allow the body to do that. Frequency application is paramount because it basically helps the body get healthy and heal itself. And that's what we want. Optimally, we want to be able to have a body that heals itself. We don't worry anymore.
Could I add a few simple options?
There was a question here about...
Cameron? Yes, could I add a few simple options?
Sure, it sounds like you're in a windstorm now. So.
Okay. The structured water does the pineal gland very well, and then the blue-green algae at a climate like Oregon is the #1 chelator. So the two of those together, the algae has all of the minerals you need, and the structured water melts away the calcium. So I've had all of the pipes and the water pipes totally cleaned out of all the buildup. So that can happen with the brain just very easily. So the structured water and the blue-green algae is a 1-2 for the pineal. It's fantastic.
That sounds good. What about cannabis? We have cannabinoid receptors in our body. Can we use with success cannabis for this purpose? And it's one of the things that's indicated is for the problem you had with your dog, the epilepsy. What's the name of it?
It regulates all systems in the body.
Yeah.
CBD
epilepsy.
oil.
The epilepsy, the CBD or the cannabis. Would you recommend that?
I would. Okay, there's a little discrepancy of understanding. When you detoxify the body, when you clear the pineal gland, understand something. You're in a war. You are in a severe battle. And because of the reason is that much damage has been done to the body for years and years and years and years and years. You are not going to clean the body in a matter of a year, 2 years, 3 years. You're not going to do it. It is a gradualization process. How can anybody expect of years and years and years and years of toxifying the body and the very tissues of the body and have it all cleared out and all be done? Okay? Because I'll tell you, if that was the case and the pineal was all cleared and clean and wonderful, you could dimensionally travel it at any time you could decided to do. You could look into the future. You could talk literally with the ascended beings that float in existence, who are massive inside.
And that's where I'd like to get. And I get that we can't do that quickly, or at least not in our present state. So what I'm looking for is what will help that, and to move to that. I would love to sit down, like you were describing earlier, and be able to communicate with the ascended masters or my dad, mom that's on the other side, or I'd love to consciously and tangibly be able to communicate with those dimensions. So are these things, are we moving in the right direction by trying?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I want to know if anybody heard of Carbon 60. It's supposed to be the best detox.
Carbon what?
Yes, I have, but what do you know about that?
They say it's the best thing in the world. It's 170 times better than anything else. It's got charcoal to it.
Oh,
I give someone a little bit of interjection here, is that understand not to miss the prime directive. And the prime directive is to figure out a way to allow the body to get up to full functioning immunity so that it can heal and detox itself. Okay? Now, when you add something to the body, it compromises the body because it's a foreign material. Now,
when you add what?
The body has to assimilate whatever you put in it. Cat, filter, all kinds of things. So, if you look at things from the simple application of this, we have a highly toxic body on our hands. Number one. What's the best way to ensure that we win the war on pollution in the air, toxification in the air, toxification in the soil, toxification in our water, toxification everywhere, that we are literally absorbing through our skin, which is the largest organ in the body. So we're constantly and we're toxifying our body every day, day in and day out, all the time. So detox your toxin. They don't tell you that. They don't discuss that. Have you ever heard that discussion before? No, you don't. No one asks about it. They just say, well, great, I'm totally detoxed. It's impossible. Not in the environment that your body's in. All right? So you literally are toxing and you're toxing. So what happens is that it's a war. It's a battle. So how do you ensure to kick into automatic gear where the body is now fully functioning and its immune system is at optimal, and it is cleansing itself 24/7. It is keeping your body healthy, strong, firm, and functioning well. Now, once you achieve that, then you make sure that you've learned enough about nutrition that you can nurture the immune system, nurture your physical vessel, so that it maintains itself beyond the avenue of just getting by or becoming over-toxified. So it's like not seeing the forest through the trees. Okay, so you sit there. Well, okay, here's strategy. Going to completely be toxified with other elements in our existence. We do it. Take something that the body produces.
You're breaking up so bad, Jared. I can't hear you. I can't understand what you're saying. Okay. And I think the point is taken, well taken, that we need to detoxify. So what we're asking, and the question on the table right now, is C60 helpful in doing that, in your opinion? In detoxifying the body. It's purported to detoxify the body.
While you ask that, activated charcoal, are you for it, sir?
I am.
Yeah.
Are you there?
They even say when you get food poison, take activated charcoal. It'll eliminate it immediately out of you.
Understand something else. The body, your body, is one of a kind. The person to you kind. Okay?
I'm sorry, Jared. You're really breaking up. I can't understand
and
you.
We'd love to hear what you say, but you're breaking up.
I just really want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Have everybody hang up except Jared.
Well,
you mean go on mute?
Go on mute.
*6, everyone, so he can speak.
Okay, I'm going to *6, so that's the end of my question.
Let's do it.
I'm going to *6, and hopefully that'll...
Somebody's going to have to stay on so they can tell me if they can hear me. So.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Understand something. Is that everybody's physical body is different. Okay? So you got to be careful. Something may not work that works for one, it won't work for the other. So it's a little complicated, a little hairy. So if you have the frequency or the melatonin, you try it to see if the body could. And if it does, then you know what it's going to do. It's going to assist with the decalcification of the pineal gland. It's going to help. Structured water is going to help with detoxification of the body. Blue-green algae is going to help detoxification and cleansing of the inside of the body. So the things you use and you continue to use, period. Now, there really isn't any true way to scan the inside tissues of the body to see that you're completely clean and you are not toxified anymore. So what you have to do is that you maintain a regimen where you are continually detoxing your body and hydrating. And so with detox, you lose a lot of minerals, you lose a lot of things, a lot of nutrients as you're detoxing because you're flushing all of this because the bad and the good are flushed out of the body, which people don't think about. So you're eliminating key essential nutrients from your functioning body. You have to figure out what do I do to replenish those things that I'm flushing out with the detoxification process. So you have to nurture the body. So here's the process. As you detox, you must nurture. As anything with the body, you have to nurture it. You have to understand that there are things you have to replace. For instance, if you break a sweat, if you're perspiring and you're exercising, you're losing valuable minerals, aminos. You're losing a lot of things out of the body. You have to replenish those and the different nutrients. So again, we look at the diet. It's about nurturing the physical vessel so it can continue to healthfully move your God spark around. So the physical vessel needs to be nurtured, and you have to become a homeopathic expert about your body. You have to become intimately knowledgeable about your particular body and what different things you need to use on a continual basis. You know right now that you'll need to continually detox until you leave the body. You have to detox the body, and you have to continually replenish it with certain nutrients. You can apply certain things that other people have used that people say work, and you try it, and hopefully it'll work. So you try that. And I know this because I've been through the regimen for over 45 years. I've gone through this several times. I've tried all the latest, the greatest. I've dug it up out of the ground. I've talked with inventors. I've talked with network marketing founders and all of these wonderful things throughout the decades. And I know for a fact that it boils down to this. The things that the body produces are the best things to put in it. Key, all right? With the exception of some such as vitamin C. You must get that in your body. For some reason, animals' bodies produce vitamin C, but ours don't. I think that was done on purpose. So we have to add that constantly on a daily basis. We have to continually and infuse our bodies with vitamin C, a good, non-GMO, wonderful vitamin C. That's a given. That's an automatic, okay? And on top of that, we have to continually find natural elements that we can ingest that will help nurture our bodies, detoxify our bodies, cleanse our bodies, and also replenish and replace. You can't just detox and not replenish and replace. And structured water is great, but it's not going to solve the whole thing. It's not a cure-all. It does certain things that are good. It hydrates tissues. It does certain wonderful things for the body. But the fact of the matter is I'll put it this way. Have you met a human being yet that is so healthy that they don't age, number one, that they're 80 years old and they look like they're 35?
The yoginis.
And they have a wonderful diet, and they're very knowledgeable about their body, and they're just absolutely perfect.
The ladies. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. And they never age, ever. And they can run 10 miles. They can do cardio till it's going out of style. They can climb Mount Everest, and they're 80 years old. And they can do all those things. They can lift weights. They can literally lift. They can get under a bench and bench 200 pounds. And they're strong as an ox, and they're vibrant, and their teeth are perfect, and they have their skin is just absolutely beautiful, and no wrinkles at all anywhere on their body, no gray hair. Have you met someone like that?
The yogini.
Jared?
No, but I hope.
Well, if there is, I'd like to know their secret.
Oh, I was going to say, if someone
would like to be one.
If someone would have said, yes, I do, then let's get them on the line. Let's get them on the call.
Right.
Jared?
Because I want to talk with them.
Although you're pretty close to it, Mr. Rand.
Well, Jared, you know, the yoginis, a lot of the lady yoginis and yogis, they are like that, much like that. Not completely, but I've seen ladies that are yoga teachers that don't do anything else, and they're in fantastic shape, and they look 20, 30 years younger than they are.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of going to the extreme here, where I've met hidden ones on the planet that are 2,000 and 3,000 years old, and they look like they're 25.
Saint Germain.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Saint Germain Saint Germain comes in and leaves. So he never really stays in a physical form very long. He'll come in and then he'll leave, and then he'll come back in and he'll leave.
Yeah, so I love Saint Germain.
He kind of pops in and pops out. So.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that discussion on that, Jared. I'll mute
Jared,
out now.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Hi, Karen. Karen from California. If I can, I'd like to share an event that happened a few days ago that symbolizes your meditations about the eternal love, and I think it kind of encapsulates bringing our frequencies up into that eternal love. And it's a sweet story, and I'll keep it short. Yesterday, dearest friend of mine, who was taught by the big kahuna, Dr. Hugh Lin and Auntie Mona, and is with the Ho'oponopono, who got married yesterday. So 2 days ago, I was over at Michael's and did my shopping. Friends were in the store, and I was standing out by the car and just having a conversation with a dear friend and just describing my friend to her. And 2 parking stalls away, this Hispanic middle-aged woman driving a Land Rover, she rolls down the window and she goes, "I love you." She gets out of the car, she comes around, and I am just describing my friend to the one that I'm on the phone with. And she said, "Your light is so bright, you just ooze love just by standing there. She goes, I've never met anybody like you. Just keep on. So we ended up giving big hugs and just saying, you can't see that unless it's already in you. And it's just raising our frequency to that eternal love and just sharing it with everybody and just being in that state. And, you know, just like the woman who was talking with you earlier and grieving over her son, and, you know, you were giving directions how to reconnect with him. And it's like you say, continuously, Jared, we just honor what you're doing with your meditation. That is just saying, be in that eternal love, and everybody will come on board. They will follow. Frequency always rises to that higher energy. And so each and every one of us, and like you say, let's get to 1 million. And each one of us is affecting 1 million people. So I just wanted to interject that a little bit and just say thank you for what you're doing. You are just a blessing on this planet. You are just doing so much for the good for all of us on every level. And then I have a question, if I can, please.
Okay.
There is where practically everybody that's on this call is awake, aware, starseeds, and like you say, we came here with amnesia imposed upon us. And so there is coming a time where we will be able to reawaken to our true identity, to our true origin. Do you know when that time is? Do you know how that will transpire? Is that when we connect up with our galactic brothers? Do you have any foreknowledge on when we can get our real memories back?
Oh, I know what I was going to ask.
Well, okay. When, and here's the measuring stick. What will happen is that the veil, which was purposely put up to separate us from the etheric world, you know, our passed away loved ones, and all spectrums of existence have been kept from us by these just, I don't know what you call them. I don't have a description for these beings that have done all this, but the veil will drop. It's already thinned to the point where it's going to get to the point where you're going to start seeing things in our sky that you've never seen before. You're going to start experiencing things that are going to be just off the charts, that they cannot explain anymore. They'll run out of ways of coming up with excuses because the veil is dropping. And what that means is when the equipment and machinery in this quadrant galaxy, it seals literally.
You're breaking down.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up.
Okay.
You're breaking up.
Trying to stop me from.
If everybody's star 6, it helps a lot, I think, so that there isn't as much breakup.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that somebody can hear me.
I'll stay on.
Yeah, we want to hear what you say about when the veil drops, and we'll go on star 6 now.
When the veil drops,
that helps a lot. Yep.
We will see all of these existences, all of these etherics, all of these spirits, and all of the spectrums, and that means that the equipment that these creatures have used to catch our souls and to keep us imprisoned, incarnating back to this planet forever, will be abolished. Their equipment is being destroyed. It's being taken down, and that's why the veils are getting thinner. All of the crap that has accumulated on Earth, all of the deception is lifting and being vaporized and disintegrated. And what it'll be like, you'll see the truth, the reality. You'll know to the deepest existence of you, truly, what your purpose is, what you're here for, why you were created, where you came from. All of this will come in. It will be reintroduced to each and every one of you. You will then assist yourself, and your higher self will come in and say, this is who you are. And you'll have a conversation with your higher self, and you say, this is who you are. All of this other stuff was done to you. And we send them all eternal love, this period. Because I tell you, those who have ascended beyond, meta, those who have really ascended to a certain level, their eternal love, they have gone through the stages of having the power of intent to create all that they dream. They've gone through all those stages. When you talk with them, when you communicate with them, it is amazing because they talk about existences that you would never imagine existing in that type of frequency, but they have. They've experienced several dimensional frequencies. They've existed all kinds of physical forms, all shapes, colors, sizes, all intellect levels, and so they get to a point where they literally are just pure eternal love. So they lived in a life where their planet was encased in ethereal sphere that any aggressive species that tried to attack them, they could not penetrate. They could not land on their planet. They could not corrupt. They couldn't do anything. And all of these beings lived very simple lives. They didn't have high technology equipment. They didn't have expansive cities. All they did is have very simple dwellings and clothes, and everything was done through their higher self, through their minds, through their heart mind. They were able to create, and that's where we're heading, see? And when you talk with these, commune with these beings, you then begin to realize that that where we're going has been traveled before. And what you start to realize that how insignificant, and we really have to elevate ourselves. We have to we must understand that this is a cycled game that never ends, okay? We just don't advance, if you understand what I'm saying. You're kind of made believe that you're advancing at a snail's pace, but you're really not advancing. It's all a mirage. It's all a contrived matrix. You're kept in this prison. You have high walls. You're taught that you've got all the freedom in the world, and you have none. You're taught that, you can do anything you want, and you cannot. All of these things progress and expand, and you start to realize we're in the middle of this transition. And we, as a whole, all of you, like I've said before, are going to be called upon, and you're going to come across people that you just don't want to be in their presence. You're going to come across people that's going to irritate you. You're going to come across all kinds of things that you're just, and this is about, that's why these meditations came when they did, back in February. It's to
come out in a little bit. Somebody needs to mute out, please.
It's
breathing heavy.
Jared?
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
Heavy. It's a good one.
Jared?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, Jared.
Yeah.
This is Luan Hilber from Brazil. Hi, my brother.
Hello.
Oh, Brazil.
Jared, I have been through for pedophilia when I was a child, and I got over it. I think this was my miracle in my life. Do you think everyone in this great awakening transition went through some kind of miracle in their lives?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, that's what I've been thinking. Then the other question is actually it's my wife's question. She is a nutritionist, and she would like to ask a question related to the profile of some people. In her clinic, she attended to more and more patients of all ages, especially young people who are extremely sensitive, concerned about other animals, the environment, and who give themselves too much and then are often hurt and not understood by those who say they are more rational. Many are treated with medicines for anxiety and depression. Do you think this visual of these most sensitive young people, if they believe that depression is lack of occupation, or is this an ignorant argument?
Those who are suppressed that you're talking about, the sensitive, young ones who have come in and are in bodies, understand that they are so advanced that it's been a very long time for them to be in a physical form. This is why they are super sensitive to the Earth's attacks on their systems, on seeing the destruction, on seeing the death, the abuse of animals, the abuse of each other, the abuse of the planet, just the torture. They are tremendously connected with their higher self. They are tremendously connected with Prime Source Creator God. They are tremendously super sensitive to all anger, destruction, desolation, all of it. They become almost very hard to balance themselves in the physical body. The gravity is very heavy. They feel all of this. They literally are bombarded. So then those who are in control, who are no longer going to be, suppress them, diagnose them, try to drug them, keep them suppressed so that they are no threat to the dark. They have come in order to adjust the balance of the yin and the yang and the feminine energies so that they can help Gaia balance, help the human race ascend, and that's why they're here. And when you come across them, you should do everything you can to encapsulate them in eternal love by Prime Source Creator God and protect them as any way that you can. Because it's part of our responsibility, the awakened ones that are on this line, to protect them. And you can protect them through your heart-mind and literally visualize them being encapsulated in eternal love so that they can balance themselves and they can operate effectively on the planet.
Oh, that's why we can see a lot of crystal child to assist the humanity.
The crystal,
right?
Yeah, the crystal. These are labels that humanity puts on these spirits, but these are all advanced spirits. All right, they are all, when they're super sensitive. When you come across these children that are super sensitive, they could be in their teens, early 20s. They could be single digit. But when they're super sensitive, they're advanced beings. They haven't been in a physical form or been held in a physical form for a very long time. So it's like, let's put it this way. If you're used to being in a tunnel that's dark all the time and you live in darkness and all of a sudden you come out into the light, that's the shock that they receive when they come into the body. But they're here. They've been called upon by heaven to assist us and to spread benevolence and the benevolent energy and vibrational frequencies to the planet and to humanity. And they are very precious. They see the opposing ones, the infiltrators. They know this. They know it. And like a light to bugs. They just gravitate towards them, and they mess them up, and they call them ADHD, and they call them dysfunctional, and you've got to give them. They're depressed. They have anxieties. They've got all kinds of abnormalities that's mental, that's emotional. You got to give them drugs for this. You got to give them this. We got to vaccinate them, and that's what they do. They pump the physical vessel so full of crap that the spirit can't. It's blocked. They block it, so it can't really function well.
They're empathic, and there's many videos on YouTube about empaths. And about grounding to the earth and going in the ocean and for that sort of thing to help.
We're all empathic.
Yeah. Yes,
okay,
everyone's empathic. I think some people are, but more like everyone has gifts. But some people, certain gifts are more awakened than others, perhaps.
More awakened there's reasons for that, because look at humans, look at the civilization, look at humanity and what's happening. Okay, if you're that awake, then you'll be able to understand what I'm saying. Humanity is progressing at a very quick forward motion to a spectacular horizon. And what that means is that as we're literally ascending, we've been ascending quite rapidly here. And so the awakening period, with all that's involved in this, and like I said, it's been in play for over 26,000 years. So this is all it's all coming out now. It's happening now. So we are responsible for each other. We are responsible for each other. We are truly responsible for ourselves. So first, we have to iron ourselves so that we are wrinkle-free, so that we can associate and interact with other pieces of humanity, so that we can collectively form the progression of the flock of birds, so that we can flow together, so that we can move in harmony, so that we can create the peace and the prosperity and the love for all that there is. And we're ushering that in. And as it begins to take hold, we will let go of the artificial construct and let go of all of the lies, all of the deceit, all of the hidden obstacles, and we will flow. And like I've described as a flock of birds, when you ever see a large group of birds and you look in the sky and they're all moving together, they don't step out of line. They're all just moving as one. And that's a signal. And the reason that the birds do that a lot of the time is that they're trying to express to those humans, this is what you're about. You're supposed to flow together. You're not supposed to be, you can't go into this country because it's a wall and because you're not part of here. And we're all human. This is a free earth. It's a free planet. It's supposed to be, and that's where it's going. We are flexible to come and go as we please and to do what we desire to do, and we follow the rule of Creator. And the rule is that we respect ourselves, each other, we love each other, we love ourselves, and we don't do harm to each other or the environment or anything. And we love. We give eternal love 24/7. That's what we are. People think you're supposed to have these other things. No, why? It causes conflict. When you're in total immersed in eternal love, what do you think you are? What do you think there is supposed to be? That's what it is. Once we reach that level of understanding, we will then be able to assist other young civilizations on learning the same thing. We have only just begun. We are here and we are being schooled and educated from the inside out. We are being taught in extreme measures so that we will be prepared to aid and assist others throughout the galaxies and throughout the universes. This is the beginning. This isn't the end. Think about it. Each and every one of you, this civilization is just absolutely, it's infancy stage. All right? We're like babes coming out of the woods. Once we begin to understand that, okay, so we have a mission, and we're expanding now. And imagine what happens when an entire civilization becomes eternal love. All right? And you come across a civilization that's bombing and exploding and killing and defiling and everything. And you've learned those things. You've literally assimilated them and put them into your spirit memory. And then you realize that, okay, now we're going to help there. And you're being guided by your source creator. You're being guided by the source energies of all that exists. And you're being flown to these areas. And you will be guided to them. Each of us will have an assignment. So we will regain our memories. We will regain our depth of understanding. And then we will be ready. And that's why we are ascending to the fifth dimensional frequency, and we will continue to ascend. And then we will come to the stage with all of this knowledge that we have garnered, and we will then literally heal planet by planet, civilization by civilization, as we are being aided now on this.
Jared?
Yes.
I just wanted...
Thank you,
Jared, I just wanted to... I was the first call tonight. I called you because I just wanted to marry the time accelerator with the reforestation, and that it's just coming, but it's not out yet. And that's the only reason, it's Cindy, why I called in tonight, was wanting to present that new technology, that time accelerator with, reforesting many forests. It's just not out, and it's hard to present something when we don't have anything to show them. That's why I called in tonight. So we just have to work without them until they come out, right? What else can we do?
We can't do anything until, we have physical access to these technologies.
Right. So please don't be upset with me. I was the first person to call in tonight.
No, that's fine. No one's upset with you. No,
well, I thought you were, because you did this whole thing about how to build a company, and I thought, oh, my God, that's not why I called in.
That also benefited everybody else on the line.
Oh, that's right. God, you're smart. You're always a step ahead of me. Anyway, I sent you an email. Okay, so I have to be. I'll get off. I'll listen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jared. Bye-bye, my man. Thank you so much for your response. Thank you so much, my brother. I love you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Love you back. Bye-bye.
Jared, hi.
Hi.
It's Marlene from Georgia.
Yeah,
Jared,
Marlene.
as far as Hi, Jared, how are you?
Good.
Good. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you a lot. I wanted to ask you a question as far as the med beds and the stem cell patches. Would either or both of those clear up someone with scoliosis at an older adult age, like 40?
The med bed will completely eliminate it.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, my goodness. It's wonderful. And the stem cell patches would not?
The stem cell patches literally will allow the body the peptide which allows the body to produce the stem cells to start affecting healing on the spine.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jared.
Thank you.
You said there were two types of med beds. One was holographic. Now, is that superior to the other one, the holographic?
Actually, there's three. Okay. There's probably a lot more out there in space and other systems, but this you have the holographic bed, you have the plasma bed, the plasma generating reatomization bed, and then you have what they call a DNA restructuring bed. And what that one does is that as long as you have a DNA of a human, or whatever it may be, but say it's a human, okay, and you take the DNA piece of what that human used to be, and you put it in the bed, in the chamber. The bed then goes through a cycle where it analyzes the DNA and starts to replicate whoever that was, fully intact, completely perfect, with no genetic fallacies.
So it will bring the person back?
Yes.
Wow, that's incredible.
We can get all 3 treatments from 3 different beds?
You've got re-atomization of body tissue in the body. You've got replication through holographic imaging, 3-dimensional imaging, to replace limbs and organs and so on and so forth. And then you've got the one that does DNA, so you could just take a swatch of DNA, put it in the bed, in the chamber, and then power the chamber up and have it literally rebuild that body fully intact with spirit and all.
Oh, my.
Wow. That is incredible.
Yeah, awesome.
So you're looking at, see what we're getting exposed to this on, now's the time. So these things that people look at as science fiction have always been real. Always been real. And it's hard for a lot of people to believe that and that's why it's out in broad daylight. That's why they show it. That's why they've shown it in movies. That's why they've shown this stuff. Because of people who say, oh, cripe, we're so far away from that technologically wise, it's going to be thousands of years before we have that technology. Because that's the mentality, see? And the controllers know that. They know that. So they got nothing to worry about, Humanity, just big deal. It's no big deal. So, you literally, now, if you want to see the bed in action, if you really want to see what it really does, that third one,
yeah,
there's only one movie that actually shows that bed. It shows the technology. That movie came out in the 1990s. It's called The Fifth Element.
I've seen that movie.
Yeah?
I've seen that movie, I remember.
That's right. When Mila Jovovich, when they brought that DNA and put that in that bed, and it showed you exactly what that bed did. It showed you the whole progression of rebuilding that body.
Imagine that.
And then, of course, everybody says, oh, that's just bunk, that's just science fiction. No, that's a real technology, folks, and it's been around a long time. Not on this planet, but it's been around a long time. And like I said, we've now narrowed down an inventor who has a really close version of the med bed.
Who has? On the Earth?
You're on Earth.
Okay.
And that individual will be on our next Time for Change call.
Great.
And that was all tested safe and all, huh?
The bed has functioned, and there has to be a couple of things done. He is working on the schematics as we talk.
Oh, good
and
for him.
He is laying it out as far as the tuning that needs to be done. And then once we have the prototype with the necessary changes, then we will test it on a small scale, and then we will then polish it a little bit more and produce a first production run model, and then test it. And once it comes out with an A as far as function, then we'll start using it.
Oh, wonderful.
Jared, what about, I was thinking that will come this bed from galactics, but actually not. It's person on Earth creating. I was thinking it comes from galactics, from.
Well, actually, a lot of this information comes in through certain sources of humanity.
Right.
And then as it comes together and it formulates, you find that these certain individuals have been gifted, so to speak, with information that has literally been transferred to their brains, and then they are able to create this stuff. So it's being delivered, it was delivered, and now we have it, and we are going to literally get it to a production model and then start using it and start getting people fixed.
Jared, you deserve to be the first recipient.
Oh, there's everybody. There's so many people.
But
oh my
you've
God.
earned it. More than anybody on this planet. You should be the first one to come out looking like the hottie you were when you were 20.
I'll tell you what, what I will do is I'll probably be the guinea pig that will lay in it and see how well it does.
So be careful.
I don't mind to be a guinea pig too.
she's behind you. Oh, that's great.
I mean, you look at this from the standpoint that we're going to come into reality here, guys. We've been talking about this technology for a long time, and I've been notified from the highest source that it's now time that this is going to start being physically introduced, and we're going to start getting things applied, and we have some other things to access, which are the anti-gravitic scooters, which are here. They're on the planet. They're located, and we have to make arrangements to start getting those into the hands of certain people to start with, and to get the schematics to understand the manufacturing process until we get the replicators fully in play. And then these things are going to start spreading. So everybody, that comes on these calls is going to start getting first-hand exposure, and then they're going to send emails in like they have, and then we're going to locate and go to their places, and we are going to affect, and I use the word fix because it's the best way to go about describe. So we'll fix people. We'll fix them.
We're in line right behind you. We're ready.
Cindy's ready.
Jared, can I make a joke?
I said, you're ready, Cindy. That's good.
Oh, I'm right behind the lady that's behind Jared.
I'm right behind you.
There we go.
Jared, I want to make a joke about the beds.
And you.
Okay. Yes.
I'm there too.
You will lay down on the bed, and instead coming up like 35, you will come out like 1,005.
Oh, okay.
You can't go forward.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, you can't go forward. No.
Right. I'm joking.
Hey, Jared, we'll start a conga line for you. We'll be right behind you.
Yeah. Well, when you talk about the time accelerator. Okay.
Right.
When you use that, when we get a hold of that, and we start using it on trees and other things, and now wait until we get a hold of the shrink inducer.
Huh?
Shrink inducer.
What's
what
that?
Shrink inducer is?
Literally, let's give you an example. You can take the shrink inducer and you can take it and you can put it your car. I'll use that for an example. And let's say that you want to take your car with you, but you're going to go on a plane, and you're going to go somewhere, okay? And instead of leasing a car, okay, you will take the shrink inducer and you will shrink your car down to like a matchbook size.
Oh my God!
And then you'll take the car and you'll put it in a little purse or a little glove thing, and then you'll slip it into your carry-on bag, and it's a little toy. It looks like a little toy. And then when you get to your destination, you'll take your shrink inducer out of your purse or out of your pocket, and you'll set the car where you want it, okay? You'll step back, you'll point the shrink inducer at the car, and the car will be returned to its regular size, ready to go, and you'll get in the car and drive around where you want to go, period.
That
is
really
that not
weird.
The movie called Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or something? I couldn't hear what you said. I was laughing. What did you say?
It's kind of that was a real rough machine that they had with up in their attic, and they did that with the kids. I Shrunk the Kids with this beam gun.
But was that not to give us a little hint of to open our thinking up?
Yeah. You can shrink people with it. You can also make things very large. You can make their size much bigger. But you can literally, you could have, if you wanted to, you could shrink an entire city down to the size of the palm of your hand.
Oh, my God. If somebody had it in for you, could they just take it upon themselves to shrink you and leave you there?
Yeah, who can control this? Who's going to control all this, my friend?
Can it be used detrimentally where it really isn't?
In the wrong hands, perhaps.
Exactly.
Here's the point for that. You have fail-safes, okay? So what these things do is they'll read your emotional heart. And if you have bad intentions, it will not function.
Because there's a thing called nothing's as harsh as a woman in scorn or whatever. Somebody didn't quite care for where their husband went the night before or whatever, just might decide to shrink him up there and leave him for a while.
Oh, that's mean.
Have that.
Maybe well-deserved. Who knows?
When you have any of these technologies that your intentions become
evil,
negative. As soon as you start thinking vile things, as soon as you start thinking harm, your frequency drops.
Right.
These devices.
It was a joke.
Yeah, I know, but these devices.
I don't even have a husband.
Yeah, but I'm talking in real life that people using them for devious ways to harm people. It will read their frequency drop and it will not function, so they won't be able to carry out anything out of aggression or harm.
That's good. That's wonderful.
And for the fact that they thought that, is there something called karma that something untoward would happen to them, or no?
No,
because the act was never carried out.
Right, okay, just the thought.
I was going to ask you about the replicators. Are we going to be able to ask for a THC enhanced brownie?
You'll be able to, the replicators will also do the same thing. If you, let's put it this way, let's say a person wants to replicate a bunch of opioids, okay? And they want to literally get stoned or high or whatever. This lowers the vibrational frequency, so the replicator will read that and it will block that ability to replicate that certain item. Same with guns, same with weapons.
Oh, it's like you said, it won't be on the menu computer-wise?
No, it won't. No, it won't.
You're telling me
an
Alice?
Good.
You're telling me an Alice B. Tokless brownie is not allowed? Are you serious?
You're going to use it for harmful purposes.
No, I've never known an Alice B. Tokless to be used for harmless. That was 1968. That was a good year.
If you want a replicator to create marijuana brownies, then it'll create marijuana brownies.
I was just thinking of soaking in a hot tub. How nice it would be to light a candle and have a THC-laced brownie and just sit and soak. Look under the stars. That's harmless. Well, that's why I was asking.
There you go. You could do that to your heart's content.
Jared?
Well, in moderation.
Yeah, in moderation, sure.
Yeah. Jared?
What about addictions? We will be able to heal addictions if people have addictions?
Addictions will be eliminated. There won't be addictions anymore.
Good.
How?
Jared?
There's a gentleman getting in there. Go ahead.
Jared, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. It's Byron in Toronto.
Oh, hey, Byron.
Question for you, brother. If someone is in the med bed and they want to say, okay, I'm going to go back to 38. Of course, you're going to be thinking a lot about the ramifications because you've talked about this before, and it's so true, especially with people who are in their 70s and 80s and they've got grandkids that are you're going to be younger than what they want to go back to. When you go back to a certain age, if just say whatever age you want to go back to, are your features the same?
Are you what?
He said if the features will be the same or something. I don't know. Probably this is what he meant.
Would it be like you were at that age? Is what he means.
Yes.
Like if you got a photo of when you were 20, would you look like the twin of that person?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, and how far can you go back in age? Is it just 20?
No, you want to be 3 months old, you'd be 3 months old.
Oh, you can go back that far?
I didn't know you could do that. I thought you could only go back to 20.
No.
Jared?
Hey, Jared.
I have a fast question. With this, everybody like losing the addiction thing. I mean, is everybody going to wake up the same day and nobody wants a cigarette forevermore? I mean, is that how it's going to go?
Pretty much.
The whole world at large will not have this freak out to have the cigarette before their morning coffee or whatever. It just won't be there anymore.
The urge will be eliminated. There will no longer be addiction or habitual things that the physical body dictates. They'll be gone.
Then the 7-Eleven will go out of business that day. I mean,
then they'll obsolete all the bad stuff, right? Pharmaceuticals and cigarettes and
Who cares about pharmaceuticals for them? We're not going to need them anymore.
No,
right, but those stores are all going to shut down probably the same day because nobody's buying their crap.
You won't. You'll have a transition period. So basically, in waves, what will happen is that you'll be able to. You'll be wealthy first. You'll be hydrated. The whole humanity, there won't be this lack of situation. So people will buy things and do this and do that, and these technologies will start proliferating. Civilization will start using them, and people get young, and then the diseases disappear, and the addictions are gone, and all of these changes are part of the ascension process. So you literally, and then you'll go, I don't need pharmaceuticals. I don't need to take this stuff anymore. I don't need pain pills. I don't have the craving. I don't want to smoke a cigarette. I'm not interested in it. It's just not there. And your body becomes healthy. It becomes balanced. And you look in other directions. You're looking, and you start wanting and desiring to assist and help others. When you become more within eternal love, you start saying, "Yeah, I'm going to help. I want to help others." This is part of the vibrational shift that you start experiencing. So it's like all of these constructs in this third dimensional world meant to abuse and control and manipulate, like the pharmaceutical companies. All of this stuff, all the structure, the whole thing. Is going to disappear. It's going to melt down. And humanity is just going to be healthy, and they're going to be pretty much happy as things transition here. And it'll be basically based upon the fact, like I said earlier, is that we will help each other. We will assist each other. That's what most of the time we will do. Some people will be carpenters, and somebody might say, "You're a carpenter, right?" "Yeah, I am." "Could you make me a custom table? Because I'd really like a custom table. Could you make some chairs to go with it?" "Absolutely, I'll do that for you." There won't be any given money. See, that won't happen. The money will be gone. And so the person will say, I'll gladly do that. What time? I'll have it done in this period of time. They'll do it with their own hands. They won't use a replicator because they enjoy doing that. So they'll make things for people. And then other people will assist in other ways. You might have people that say, well, I can help you with this structure or do this or build this or put this together and do it the old-fashioned way. And some people will say, well, I'm just going to organic garden. I've got a little bit of land here, and I'm just going to, I'm going to create virgin food from this virgin soil and just have enjoy doing that. So people will be doing different things of building and expanding and experiencing. And then you'll just have people that will say, I'm just using a replicator, and I'm going to, I've got the inducer, and I've got the translator, and I've got the scanners, and I'll just, I use all this stuff, and I know how to use it. And then there'll be other people that will be transitioning to the stuff where that person who's learned how to use it will say, you know what, I'm using it all now. Why don't I show you how to do it? I can teach you. And then they'll say, girl, that's great. When can you do it? Well, so let's go. I'll help you, get it placed in the right positions and everything, and then we'll go one by one and do that. So that we'll create these duties, these things that we enjoy doing for each other, and it'll just keep expanding. It'll never end. We won't get bored because we will never run out of things to do for each other.
Are you going to go back to 20?
All of us at the same time.
Jared.
Yeah.
Jared, can I finish my question to you? Well, I just asked you when you went back to saying, or when I asked you about, are you a mirror image of when you go back? Well, let's say the case here. In my case, I was in the best shape of my life at 67. I mean, I had fallen through the ice when I was kiting. I was airlifted to a hospital. I had hypothermia and all that stuff. At any rate, I went to a gym and I started working out like crazy, and I happened to be in the best shape in my life. Now, if I wanted to go back to having the vitality, let's say, or the DNA structure of a 35-year-old guy, would I not be able to have the same kind of, say, physique that I had at 67?
Well,
I mean, you know what I mean? I mean, would I lose that, or would I just say, okay, forget it, I'm going to just take me back to 67, right? 8 years ago. So that's what I'm asking. How much can you customize with the med bed, or one or other of the med bed type things?
And can you become taller?
Did I lose you, Jared, there?
Hello?
Jared?
We lost him.
Oh, he'll be back on. I guess
he'll come back.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a good question, Byron.
Yeah,
it looks like you can pretty much go back and be what you want.
Your body's going to be in perfect shape. Perfect shape. There'll be nothing wrong with it, no matter what age you choose to be.
No, but I mean, if you want to change certain parts of your physicality, right? For example,
no,
just
blue eyes.
Customize.
Yeah.
They can
okay.
customize.
Yeah. Can you customize, Jared? I guess that's what I'm
right.
saying.
I'm pretty sure he's going to say yes. Let's get him back on.
What you'll be able to do is you'll be able to go through the med bed. Your body is put back at what you look like at the age of 35. You then can enhance the physical body by DNA restructuring. So if you want a more of a muscular build than you had when you were 35, you'll be able to take a couple of pills or an injection, and you will have a more muscular body than you did when you were 35.
That's great. I get good. I come by 3 machines. When can I get, Jack? I am ready. I got my money. I coming to visit you, and I help you put them together. Anyway, brother, listen, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for that.
Thank
and
you.
Love you, man. Love you, bro.
I love you, too.
Jared, are you going to go back to 20?
Hold on a second. I have a question. If it will be painful to go through that process, because nobody asking about the pain.
No pain.
No pain.
No pain. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Are you going to go back to 20, Jared?
I really haven't given that much thought, because I know, having the access to it with the intact, probably I'll go back to about if early 20s to mid 20s. I'll go this way, early 20s to mid 30s, in that range.
Oh, we're about the same age, so I was just wondering, because I'm definitely going back to 20.
Me too.
Oh, then you can go out on a date together.
Yeah.
Well, Jared, I have a question.
Yeah.
If you do say okay, so I'm almost 70. If I say, I'm going to be 20 again, that's when my life went crazy. So I'll go back there and it'll all be wonderful. And then I go do it, and then I wake up or whatever, however you first see what you look like or feel like or what, and you go, oh my God, this was a mistake. Now what do I do? Can you say go back and get redone till you maybe go for 35 and then try that out and go, no, I think I should have gone to 40. I mean,
you can't
is
go
there
forward.
any room for flexibility?
What's going to happen here is that you have experienced your, to 70 years of your life. That experience stays intact.
Right.
Okay? So you've lived those years.
Oh, yeah.
So you make a intelligent decision before you get in the med bed, and you say, okay, where do I want to be in this body with this experience that I have gained for 70 years? What age do I want this body to be? I'm intact. My memories are intact. My experience in life's intact. The only thing that's going to change is the body will be young compared to your current age with all of that knowledge and all of that experience, and you won't make those mistakes. You will have challenges with emotions, because your physical emotions will be that of a younger person and not of an older person. So, but your memory and your knowledge that you've gained is intact. So you'll sit there and say, I'm not going to do this because I did this before. I knew what happened, so I'm not going to do that. So
there's one time, though. There's one time I experienced it. I've had 2 children. So they were 23 months apart. So the first one, that was a long labor. Anyway, because as soon as the child's born, everything's lovely, and all of that is forgotten. Until you show up there the second time and you go, oh, my God, what was I thinking? It all comes back, right? I mean, nature has a way of the labor and all that stuff. It just, I mean, I'm sure you haven't had a child, but it just, it eliminates it. You completely forget, but then it's, as you show up at the labor room again, not that I'm headed that way, I'm not. But then you go, oh, I forgot about all this. What the heck was I thinking? I never should have come down this road again.
You don't have to have children if you don't want to have children.
I understand. It wasn't about that. It was just an analogy. Like there'll be some parts where when you were a teenager and you were dating. Well, now I'm like looking back, it's all fine. It's all lovely. But in the middle of doing all that, you're going, oh no, what am I doing? I just can't take on this dating thing again. I mean, I just don't have what it takes.
You go and look in 20. It doesn't. You're not going for the dating to become 20. You're going to look 20. It's different.
Right.
If you're 20, I mean, 20. Jared said before, you got to be careful because you're not going to be hanging around with your 65-year-old friends anymore.
You don't know that. I'm 67, and I hang out with people of all different ages. So that's really a personal choice.
See what happens? See what you guys are doing. What's happening here is you're starting to talk about the bad, and this is what happens. This is normal, is that humans will start talking about the bed, and they'll start going through all these things, and it starts to come to the surface is that those are all valid questions. They're, what about this and these experiences and stuff, and what if this happens, and what if I don't want to be here after I get there, even though I've had the experience? So all of this is what I've talked about. The emotionality of the transition is very crucial, so that's why people will sit down with a group of people, and they'll go over it, okay? And they'll discuss things, and the person will map things out and say, okay, are you aware of this? Do you understand this? Are you prepared for this? And it's not going to be like, there's the bed, get in it, okay? It won't be like that.
I'm ready.
Well, something else? I mean, if you lived somewhere else and when it was 30, 40, 50 years ago and you had wonderful memories and I mean, of course, you think everybody back there is just the way you left them. Of course, with this coming on, maybe it will be. But then if you go back for a visit, you go, oh, my God.
It's never the same. It's never the same when you go back.
And that's that is what I'm trying to say. Can I just finish? That's what I'm trying to say because, Jared, again, not about that, but it's the same kind of concept. Like what you remember as being terrific 30, 40 years ago, if you do sign up and go back to that, and you might go, oh, this wasn't
But you're not going back. You're not going back.
You're going back to 20. I'm not.
You're going physically.
I'm not here to argue. I'm just asking a question. Jared, what are your thoughts?
Let's look at it this way. When you're 35, and just for giggles, 35 years old, and you reverse the age. Okay, you reverse your age, and you have a new body, so to speak, and you're going to meet new people. You're going to meet new people. You're going to make new friendships. Based upon your life experience. Are you going to make mistakes? We always make mistakes. We could be 200, 300 years old. We're going to make mistakes. So are we always going to do the right thing? We're always going to goof up here and there because it's just part of who we are.
Oh, so we don't have to be perfect.
No. And so
just
basically,
let it go.
You will literally decide, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this because I didn't do this before. All right? Now I'm the age. And I wanted to try it back then, so I'm going to try it now. If it backfires, okay, well, at least I tried it, okay? Now I know, and now I've added something else to my knowledge is that I don't like doing that. I wanted to eat this or I wanted to try that drink when I was this age, and I didn't. But this time I'm going to try it and see what happens, And sometimes it might come up and be good, and other times it might, you might throw up. You just don't know. So there's always that element of surprise and
adventure,
experience, as we all have learned and we've experienced so far in this life. And so the bed is a vehicle to give us an opportunity to stay longer
young,
and experience more.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, that's beautifully put.
So if you didn't party when you were young because you were busy aspiring to other things, not that you want to go back and party yourself to death because you're past the party stage, you'd rather crochet, but, I mean, at least you got without a bad hip or whatever, you could go dancing and try it out and see if that's what you really want to do or
Absolutely.
not. Like, you could take ballroom dancing should you choose or not, but the option is not even open at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you could do things. You know, this is about experience. This is about enjoying and going on adventure and literally exploring things. And because you literally know that you know you've got a lot of things that have been solidified and taken care of, so they're out of your way. You don't deal with those anymore. So you basically are footloose and fancy free. You say, you know what? I want to be able to do a lot of other things and experience other things. And you know, I've experienced so much so far. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back my age. I'm going to reverse the aging of my body. I'm not going back. I'm just reversing the aging of my body. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do some things. I'm going to do this and do that, and it'll allow me to experience more and learn more and allow me to help other people more because of all the knowledge I have. So if I go meet a 35-year-old and I'm 70, but I'm 35 in body, I'm going to be able to help those people with my experience. They don't need to know I'm 70. Okay.
I know. And now I have one last question, and it's pertaining to that. You know, you can buy these T-shirts that say this is what 40 looks like or this is what 80 looks like. So if you were, say, for example, that you were 65 right now, and then you went back to 20, well, which T-shirt would you wear? This is what 65 looks like, or this is what 20 looks like?
20.
Which are you really? I mean, in all,
you'll be 20 when you go back.
You will be 20, but you lived those 65 years. I mean, on your birth certificate, or what? How many years have you been on the planet? Is that what they go by?
This is what I would have on my T-shirt.
Okay.
No matter how old you get, you will always look like me.
Just a number.
How about number one forever?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, thanks. No, but it was a good question. I mean, do you go by how many years you've actually been on the planet, or where you went back to? I mean, when somebody really has to know, how many years old are you? Do you say 1,000 or do you say 22?
Oh no, you basically don't. You just tell people, unless you in a closed room conversation with someone you trust, you could just say, I'm always carry an old, carry a birth certificate from the life so that you can basically.
Jared, how you will get the memories back? Right? How you will get memories back from other past lives?
You need a carton of birthday candles to carry around with you, depending who you're with at the party.
You could live to be 1,000, 2,000 years old because you keep the body young. So it's up to you how long you want to stay in that body. It's going to get to the point where you're just going to say, okay, I'm done. I'm ready to get out of the body and to do other things. And so you will lay down, and the body will stop, and you'll leave the body.
You just go, I'm sick and tired of being a babe. Now I want to go back to crocheting. I mean,
yeah, but if you want to go back, can you?
Not that I'm a babe. I'm just joking.
No, I'm saying to Jared, if you become, let's say, 50, you want to go back to 20, can you keep going back?
Yep.
Jared, how we can restore our memories from the past life?
Hello, Jared.
How we can...
Your past lives will all come into clarity, and you'll carry that knowledge with you.
When they will come back? Do you have an idea?
Oh, you want a time and a date? I can't give you that.
No, not time and a date. Just when.
I think she's asking for the event.
Oh, well, you're talking about the ascension process, and we're in it. So as soon as the veil disappears, it could be I'll give you a spread here. I'll give you a spread of time. That's the best I can do. From 2019 to 2025.
Yeah, I know that. You said that before.
Yep.
Hey, Jared, when I turn 20, I'm going to explore the land of Jared.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I have a question, Jared.
Okay.
I'm having fun with you. Come on.
You have time for one more question, Jared?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the Sheldon call, before you had gotten on there, you said that you had some galactic news. And I didn't notice that you addressed that on the call. It didn't seem like you had time. I wonder if you'd share that with us now.
Yes, galactic news.
Will they be landing?
They already are. They already are.
Ooh. They're here.
We would like to meet them.
In our upper atmosphere, there's probably 4,000 or 5,000 ships.
Oh my!
I see them a lot.
Let's wave hello to them.
There's also a fleet that is here that came in by the sun. That's, I would say, 100,000 ships.
Wow.
Some of the ships are, good Lord, they're, goodness, I'd say 500 miles long and 100 miles wide. And there's some of the ships are about the size of Saturn.
Is that the Ashtar Command?
It's Ashtar. It's a Star Command. I call him Star Command.
Oh, so, he's 28,000 years old, I think. He's really old.
There's several different star nations that are. They want to watch the transition, the show of the liberation of the planet, the liberation of the inhabitants of the planet. So,
yippee!
So obviously, events. They will be.
We've got ships in our oceans. We've got the Mer civilization.
Yes.
Yes.
Cleaning the oceans and helping with the sea life and getting things adjusted. We're going to see more species that we've never seen before surface in our oceans. They're basically repopulating and rebalancing the oceans. We've also got the felines. They're here. These are humanoids that have basically heads and faces of lions. Kind of look like a lion-cat type combination.
If you saw them walking downtown, you'd freak out.
Yeah, we've got a lot of help that's come in that's already here. Period. And that's why you see a lot of things being blacked out and hidden and secrets and closing down.
Did you hear, Jared? You probably heard about that. The excuse about shutting down observatory in New Mexico. They said because of pornography. I couldn't believe it, but they can say something like that.
Yeah, they shut down 6 of the sunspot observatories around the planet. And
is that why they shut down Soho?
It's all garbage.
Jared, I have a question. I used to have this discussion with Fisher, and he kind of enlightened me on some of it. I live on a 3rd floor, and I sit looking out the window. And I don't know what it is, but many, many, many people walk up and down the sidewalk across the street. And the males are so tall, a lot of them, tall and absolutely straight like a pencil. And there's a very high hedge, and most of their heads are above the hedge. Not all people, but just a whole different bunch, and they're always individually walking, and very, very tall people. Very thin, very slender. I mean, they almost look like carbon copies. Can you tell me?
Are they human?
Well, they certainly appear. They appear just like anyone else. And they're always just properly dressed, maybe a man with a nice pair of pants and a long-sleeve shirt just walking down the street. And I'm wondering, I mean, he said that there were people that they would come here and they're kind of loner types and they love going to Vegas. He said, and they're usually alone by themselves. Can you enlighten me on those kind of people?
Okay.
Well, you've got so many off-worlders living amongst us, okay? And when you're clear and you start noticing unusual happenings of people and coming and going, that you usually are not looking down at your phone, you're looking outdoors and stuff. So there are gatherings, okay? And those of like stick together, okay? Because they get homesick and, there's a lot of things that play into their gathering and certain things that excite them, all right? Some of them like donuts and junk food. Others like gambling in Vegas. They like the nightlife and the bright lights and all that stuff because that's entertainment that they didn't have on their planet. So
they're here on a holiday, he thought. That's how
they
view it. Yeah. Like they might stay 10 years, but they're just here to check it all out.
Yeah, they're here to check it out and experience the civilization. And they kind of try. They blend in, and they don't really cause any distraction. And people just they figure out they're just strange and weird because on Earth, when people don't understand, well, they're weird, and that's it, period. And they usually stay out of their business, and then they go and they enjoy things, and then they leave. One day they're gone. All of a sudden they're just gone. So they must have moved away. They must have moved.
So for the extraterrestrials,
I don't want to butt in again.
They're outer planetary beings. So I don't call them MEPs. I call them planetary beings.
To them, our planet must look like Disneyland with all the attractions.
And to some of them, it looks like garbage because of all the pollution.
Yeah.
But we're going to be experiencing.
You're breaking down.
We're going to be experiencing actual interaction with all kinds of beings.
Are the good ones going to give us technology?
Absolutely. Yep.
Well,
absolutely.
Zora said there is a ship just east of Sedona in Box Canyon where people are going to and they're being healed. Are you aware of that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Have you been there?
Sure am.
You're breaking down, Jared.
They've already landed in some places. They're
very welcome.
Yeah, they're very very careful. They've engineered out spots where they have landed and are meeting people that they have met with and communicated with for quite some time.
We're only catching about every fourth or fifth word. I don't know. It keeps cutting in and out, in and out, in and out.
That's probably because it's time for us to go.
We've
only been on here for almost 4.5 hours again, so I just wish everybody wonderful love and many, and I enjoyed it, and I many all at many.
Peace and love to you, Jared.
Yeah, next week again, hopefully.
Next day.
Much love.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Much love.
Jared, you're a love. Thank you for everything you do on every level.
Bye.
Blessings to everyone.
Thank you, Jared. Love and light.
Thanks, Jared. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Evening.
Night,
Hey,
everyone.
Ian.
Love you.
Bye-bye.
You are all awesome.
Hey, Canada girl.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Canada girl.
Jared, are you still there?
Thank
He
you.
left.
Good night. Wonderful.
Next week, he said we'll come back Wednesday.
Jared's gone already, huh?
There'll be a health call, too. He'll let us know.
All right. Ciao.
Take care.
Bye.
Love everyone.
Namaste.
Karen.
Namaste.
All right.
Love, joy, bliss, peace, ascension,
peace and love,
compassion, gratitude.
Good night, everybody.
Protection.
Good night, John.
Healing and
kindness.